Morning to all our viewers from King City in Toronto. We have Australia taking on Canada. Overcast conditions out here. My name is Venu. I'm your commentator for the day. Canada won the toss today and opted to bowl first. Looks like very bowling friendly conditions. Nice overcast skies. Pitch which is slightly green. And the pink ball tends to move around a bit early in the day. We have Stanley operating from the pavilion end. We have Johnston and O'Reilly for Australia opening the batting. We got first slip and a slightly wide-ish slip or kind of third slip. Full and wide, called wide by the umpire. We're playing at a different venue out here today. All the previous games were at Danville Park, Mississauga. This one is slightly north of Toronto. Maple Leaf Cricket Ground at King City. There are many cricket grounds or cricket fields at this venue. This game is being played on the corner one, leftmost corner. There's another game going on between England and USA at the other end as well. Here comes Stanley. Full toss, played on the onside. Looking for two. They're taking a chance and slightly wide throw. But good running and good intention here by the Aussies. The outfield seems to be slightly on the heavier side. Maybe because of some overnight rain as well. Lush green outfield out here at King City. Once again, full toss, played down the leg side. Are they looking for two once again? Looks like. And comfortably make it in the end. Stanley trying to find his length. Started off well with the first couple of deliveries. Slightly over pitching with these two balls. Giving the batsman some leeway. Here comes Stanley once again. Nicely bowled, nicely left alone. End of the first over. We have Peter O'Reilly, beg your pardon, taking strike. Similar field for him as well. We have a deep cover fieldsman, Stanley, who's sweeping at the boundary. Peter O'Reilly has been in sublime form. Got 87 in the first game. Oh, sorry. He got 78 in the first game, beg your pardon, and he got 64 in the next one. The first game he remained not out. looked rock solid. Just lost the first wicket, Australia. Good start here for Canada from the far end. Eddie getting Johnston out. Caught by Captain Mukesh. Eddie getting the first breakthrough. Nicely played to mid-off for another single. थोड़ा और ले आओ यार. Australia making a couple of changes today. Smith and Elliott in for Pellin and Henry. Pat Henry had a bit of a niggle in the previous game, probably had a calf injury, as we are told. Nicely played by Peter O'Reilly. He's looking once again solid, continuing his good form. As you can see, the wide-eyed view of the ground. Playing in King City today. Nice lush green outfield covered by trees all around. Once again, beautifully played down the leg side by Peter O'Reilly. Might be the first boundary, and it is. Excellent timing. Slightly overpitched at middle and leg by Stanley, and O'Reilly taking full toll. Once again, Stanley to Peter O'Reilly. Left all alone, given wide by the umpire. Stanley to O'Reilly. Ball start. Red ball signal by the umpire. This is an interesting pitch out here. I think it's a bit moist underneath. Has a lot of grass covering, live grass, contrary to what we had at Danville Park, Mississauga. Stanley once again tucked away on the onside. This is superb batting out here by Peter O'Reilly. Was looking really, really in good touch. Two Peters at the crease for Australia. Peter Jensen taking strike. Stanley once again from the pavilion end. Once again called wide. Stanley has been a little erratic at times. Bowled some good deliveries, but has also been a bit wavered at times. Maybe the new ball becomes a little difficult to control. This pink ball tends to swing a lot, as we have seen from the previous games. Once again, left all alone. The batsman was looking for a wide call. End of the over. Eddie once again coming from the far end. Once again, Eddie maintaining a tight line from this end. Peter O'Reilly leaving that one alone. As we have seen from the previous innings by Peter, loves to just build an innings, starts off steady and then slowly builds on. Takes a full toll on the bowling once he's fully set. Good old ODI batting. A must-win game here for Canada today. White called. Australia is pretty much well and truly into the finals with 2 wins. Canada and England 1 win each from their 2 games. So both are competing for that final spot. England having a slightly upper hand compared to Canada because of the net run rate situation. They won their first game handsomely against Canada, which kind of gives them an edge. Canada would have to look at chasing this score down, whatever is given to them as a total, pretty quickly to have a chance to qualify for the finals, which is played tomorrow at Danville Park, Mississauga. Short and wide and played through the covers this time by Peter O'Reilly. Looking for 2, and it's a comfortable 2 in the end. As we mentioned before, this outfield is slightly on the heavier side. Lush green, as well as a lot of moisture and rain. Overcast conditions out here today. Eddie once again to Peter. Nicely left alone. This is good bowling out here by Eddie. Apart from the occasional short delivery, he's kind of maintained a tight line. Just a heads up for our viewers, we'll be shortly getting the scoring sorted on screen. We're having some technical difficulties today. Once again, played down to deep cover. Stanley patrolling the boundary. Nicely bowled by Eddie. Good start here by Eddie. Picked up the first wicket. Keeping it tight from one end. Stanley needs to find some rhythm from the pavilion end, unless they make a change. Kanti Patel is also a left-arm spinning option who bowled really well in the previous game against USA. Was the man of the match. Wonderful spell of bowling there. He bowled really well in the first game as well against England. Was unlucky that they were defending a pretty low score. Nice loopy left-arm orthodox spin. Canadians making a lot of noise on the field, encouraging the bowler. Once again, Stanley to Peter O'Reilly. Oh, that's pulled away and nicely fielded at mid-on by the skipper. Good cricket all around. Peter O'Reilly facing Stanley. Once again, left alone. Something that we see a lot with Peter. He's got lots and lots of patience. Loves to build the innings. Gets his eye in and then takes a toll on the bowling. That's what he's done in the previous games. Full toss, played on the onside. Peter would be disappointed that he missed out on this opportunity. Could not find the gap. Stanley to Peter. Nicely tucked away on the offside this time. Australia keeping it nice and steady. It's been an even contest so far, barring a couple of poor deliveries from Canada. They haven't allowed Australia to run away with a good start yet. Once again, nicely bowled, and this is brilliant batting out here by these two Australians. Always looking out for the single. They're ensuring that they're moving the strike around, not letting the bowlers settle down. Good cricket all around. Stanley coming back well in this over. Has maintained a tight line till now. Slightly over pitched. O'Reilly a little watchful this time. Plays it to short cover. End of another over. As we see Eddie continuing from the far end. We are at the Maple Leaf Cricket Grounds at King City. Eddie bowling to Peter Jensen. Nicely defended. Good bowling out here by Eddie, keeping it tight. Not giving the batsman enough room. The keeper standing up to the stumps this over, which is interesting. Never easy standing up to a medium pace bowler. Oh, that's nicely kept as well. Ishrat, Canada's wicket keeper. It's Farooq Kirmani at first slip. Garvin at a wideish third slip. Played down the leg side. No run. Eddie once again bowling to Peter Jensen. Nicely cut away. Wide of the fielder. Was placed at a kind of a short gully position or a wideish third or fourth slip. More of a gully than slips. It's a nice late cut by Peter Jensen, using the pace of the ball. The ball was slightly short and wide, taking full toll. Here comes Eddie. Played back. There's something that the Australians have done really well. Always found the boundary ball in each over, taking full toll of anything that is short and wide or full. Good comeback here by Eddie. Stanley to O'Reilly. Down the leg side, called a wide. Keeper suggesting that it might have taken the shoe. The umpire sticking to his call. Australia currently are 30 for the loss of 1 wicket. This is the 7th over in operation. As we mentioned earlier, there's a bit of a technical issue with the score online. We're trying to sort it out and would get you the live scores as soon as possible. Once again, Peter O'Reilly looking for that quick single as he has always done. Stanley the bowler. That's nicely driven down the ground. What a beautiful shot by Peter Jensen. Beautiful boundary out here. As you can see, slightly over-pitched by Stanley. The instant replays brought to you by the Six Creations coming up. Over-pitched and a beautiful on-drive. Just a push. Looking to time the ball. Not overhitting it. Using the pace of the bowler. Past mid-on for a boundary. This is good batting out here by Australia. Not looking to hit the ball hard, just timing it. Here comes Stanley once again and cut away on the offside. Just like the previous over. Peter Jensen. And they convert it into a 3. Peter O'Reilly on strike. Stanley the bowler. Nicely bowled, looking for a single. This time the fielder was alert and up for it. Australia playing it really well out here. End of another over. Eddie to continue from the far end. Or the east end of the ground. .39 for the loss of 1 wicket. 7 overs done. Eddie once again bowling to Peter Jensen. Oh, that's a brilliant piece of wicket keeping out here by Ishrat. Outside the line of off stump. As you can see from the replay coming up. Beating the batsman all ends up. Beautiful outswinger and Ishrat alert to the opportunity. Good cricket all around. Once again, Eddie to Peter Jensen. Getting some good outswing going out here, Eddie. Reminder to our viewers that the score is getting updated as we speak. There were some technical issues with the online scoring that we had today. Nicely bowled once again, Eddie, and good fielding as well. Nice cool day out here for cricket. Full toss, played down the onside. Chance for a run out at the bowling end. But this is brilliant running out here by Peter Jensen. This is excellent running. Aware of the opportunity. Canadian captain at mid-on did well to get to the ball quickly. The release and throw could have been a little more quicker. But the batsman was well aware and ran with the call, with the shot itself. Once again, short and wide outside off stump. This time played through extra cover. Should be another 3. Good running once again by the batsman. End of the over. First bowling change for Canada. From the pavilion end, we have Krishna Ramnaresh. Krish has been exceptional for Canada all these years for the Canadian Masters. He has a terrific record in list A cricket out here in the Toronto District Cricket Association tournament. Here comes Krish. Medium pace bowler, bowls wicket to wicket. Bowls a tight line and length. I had the pleasure of playing with him in his club, the Mississauga Ramblers. And having faced him, I can assure you that he can land most of the deliveries on the same spot. As you can see, this time slightly overpitched, driven down to mid-off. Krish is an experienced bowler, smooth operator, loves to bowl it straight on a good length. Very innocuous, can be misleading when the batsmen look at him from a distance, but when you play him, you feel that the ball is there, but it's actually not there for the drive. Some discussions with the skipper. They're trying to move the fielder back at a sweeper cover position or a slightly deep point position. Here comes Krish once again to Peter O'Reilly. Oh, that's beautifully bowled once again. Looking for the quick single, Peter, but sent back by the non-striker. As you can see, the score seems to be sorted now. It's 43 for 1. Peter O'Reilly on 18 of 24 deliveries. Peter Jensen at 14 of 19 deliveries. Left all alone. Kept a little low this time. Krishna operating from the pavilion end. Once again to Peter. Slightly short and wide and played through the offside this time. Looking for the third run. Let's see if they decide to go for it. No, they're happy with 2. Fair call. Once again, Krishna to Peter, who defends it this time. End of a good over for Australia. Good start here by Krishna as well. Just conceded 2 runs of this over. As you can see, the Maple Leaf Cricket Grounds here at King City. Incidentally, this was also the venue for the first ever Global T20 League out here in Canada in the year 2018. Once again, Eddie continuing from the far end. Going into Peter Jensen. Here comes Eddie. Shot and pulled away. Probably he would feel that he missed out on this opportunity. Dragged it onto the onside. Maybe it could have been better hitting this through the offside. Here comes Eddie once again. Full this time, driven to mid-on once again. The Canadian captain alert and not conceding the single. Canada trying to pull things back out here. Eddie to Peter. Nicely bowled. He's getting a lot of good shape outside the off stump, away from the batsman. Ball still kind of moving around a bit, as we spoke earlier. The pink ball tends to move a lot compared to the white or the red ball. Oh, that's beautifully bowled once again. Enticing the batsman for a drive, making him come forward. Good bowling out here by Eddie. This is a great over so far. Once again, left alone outside the off stump. Eddie doing a wonderful job here from the far end. Lovely bowling. And that's a maiden over. Well done to Eddie, who's kept things tight from this other end. Krishna also starting off well. 2 runs considered off his first over. So Canada trying to pull things back. Krishna continuing to Peter O'Reilly from the pavilion end. .46 for 1 Australia. Krishna bowling from the pavilion end to Peter Jensen. Oh, that's beautifully bowled. Yorked the batsman who had to dig it out. Just dipped on the batsman. Last moment. As you can see from the replay, just yorked him in the block hole. Back live. Nicely bowled once again. Krishna also keeping things tight from this end. So this is a good comeback out here by Canada. After conceding a few boundaries, now they're trying to keep things tight. Down the leg side. We'll have to wait for the umpire's call. Leg by. Interesting. Peter Jensen once again. Bit of discussion between the bowler and the captain. They're trying to see if they can get one of the fielders from the slips out to another catching position on the onside, probably. Yes, they've got a short mid-wicket in position. Krishna trying to bowl it straight, and probably that makes sense. Having some extra protection on the onside and maybe a catching position as well. Slightly short and wide. Jensen could not find the gap this time. Australia 48 for 1. This is the 11th over. Run rate of 4.43. Krishna coming to bowl the last ball of the 11th over. Nicely bowled and nicely defended by Peter Jensen. Slightly cooler conditions out here in contrast to what we saw in the last two games. Temperature in the early 20s with a slight breeze blowing across the field as well. Eddie to continue from the far end once again. Canada looking for their second wicket. They got their first breakthrough in the form of Eddie getting Johnston, caught by Mukesh Narula, the captain. Here comes Eddie once again. Shot and pulled away on the onside by Peter O'Reilly. They're looking for 3 and maybe they decide against it. Here comes Eddie to O'Reilly. This time shot on the offside. Pulled away or pushed away. I beg your pardon. Oops. Eddie once again, this time to Peter Jensen. Driven on the offside and stopped at extra cover, a short extra cover, who's the other fielding catching position on the offside. Still have one slip. This is good batting out here. Stealing the single by finding the small gap between short extra cover and mid off. Australia playing it well. Wide down the leg side. This could be pulling up before the boundary, and it does. The batsman comfortably back for 2. Canada need to guard against these extras. Remember, this is a must-win game for Canada. And if they have to win this, they have to win this handsomely with a better net run rate to have a chance of qualifying for the finals. England is playing the USA on the other side of the field. Even for them as well, it's a must-win game to find a spot in tomorrow's finals. Eddie, once again, shot, pulled away on the onside. Once again, this might pull up before the boundary. The fielder is signaling for, perhaps it reached the boundary line. We have a very heavy outfield out here at the Maple Leaf Cricket Field. It's kind of the fag end of the season in Canada. It's pretty much lush green with less sun. End of the over, Australia 60 for 1 after 12. In the air, just wide of Farooq Kirmani in the slip cordon. That was a close, sharp chance for Canada. Farooq at a slightly widish slip position. Once again, Krishna to Peter. Krishna slowing it up and varying his pace. Lots of encouragement from the keeper. Here comes Krishna once again. That's nicely bowled, off the back foot, defended. Australia have maintained a very steady run rate out here. Almost going at 5 and over. Few loose deliveries here and there from Canada, especially those extras in the form of wides. That's beautifully bowled. Krishna keeping it really tight this over. Created an opportunity of the first ball. Was unlucky that it was slightly wide off the slip cordon. Peter O'Reilly, he's the key wicket out here for Australia. Nicely bowled once again and nicely played by Peter. Showing some great technique. Krishna. Last ball of the 13th over. Beautifully bowled. Looping it up. Enticing the batsman to come forward and try and drive it on the up. As we spoke about this a few minutes ago, Krishna can be slightly innocuous. The ball tends to hang in the air when he's bowling. He slows it up. You might feel that it's on for the drive, but it's not. Looks like there's a bowling change from the far end. Nava is the bowler, the new bowler from the far end. Another bowling change by Canada. 13 overs done, 62 for the loss of 1 wicket. As we approach the first strings break after 15 overs. Now bowling to Navaraj, bowling to Peter Jensen. Coming from the far end. Here comes Nava. Shot and pulled away. Slight misfield at short mid wicket, allowing them to steal a single. It looked like a full toss down the leg side, called a wide. Nava once again to Peter O'Reilly, who pulls it once again on the onside and finds the boundary. It's good batting out here by Australia. Slightly short, pulled away on the onside, finding the gap in the deep. Peter O'Reilly looking solid as ever. 31 of 41 deliveries. Nava trying to find his rhythm. It's been a bit erratic in this over. Few deliveries down the leg side, a few short ones as well. That's a good ball. Defended. Nava to O'Reilly, who plays it on the offside this time. No run. We're approaching the end of the 14th over. 68 for 1 Australia. Here comes Nava once again. Shot, pulled away once again on the onside. Kanti Patel giving chase and misses it. That's the second boundary of the over. As you can see from the replay coming up. Really short ball, pulled away on the onside. Kanti Patel trying to stop the boundary, but could not. Peter O'Reilly, 35 of 45 deliveries. He's found some good rhythm out here to his batting. Once again, early in the game. There have been a few loose deliveries from Canada that have been taken full toll of. Good stuff here. Can Canada pull things back now? 72 for 1 in 14 overs. Australia striking at 5.14 per over. Krishna to Peter Jensen. Left all alone. Was looking for the wide call. Probably marginal. Krishna bowled a good last over. Kept the batsman under a tight leash. Once again, driven down the ground. Chance for a run out. Oh, that's brilliantly fielded by the captain, Mukesh. A direct hit at the non-striker's end. Good cricket all around. Australia also steal the single in the end, but this was a tight call. As you can see from the replay, calling right away. Good fielding here by Mukesh at mid-on. A direct hit. Good stuff here by Canada. Trying to be aggressive in the field. Not allowing the Australians to get easy singles. Here comes Krishna once again. Nicely bowled by Krishna. Krishna played on the onside. Once again to Mukesh at mid-on. It's hard to get Krishna away. He's bowling that in-between length wherein the batsman was finding it hard to drive them. Once again, nicely defended. O'Reilly presenting the full face of the bat. Exhibiting some great technique out here. Not trying to play across the line. Good old-fashioned batting out here. Once again. This is good bowling as well by Krishna. Keeping things tight from this end. And that's the end of the over. 15 overs done. The first official drinks break. Australia 73 for 1 from 15 overs. Peter O'Reilly 35 not out of 49 deliveries. Peter Jensen 22 of 34. And we'll be back after a short break. All right, we are back after the short drinks break. Australia 73 for 1. We have Nava operating from the far end, who had a bit of an up and down over when he opened from, not open, his first over from that end. Once again, bowling to Peter Jensen, who's on strike. Full toss, swept on the onside. There's a fielder in the deep, guarding the boundary. They're looking for 2 here. Oh, and they take full toll of the throw, which was slightly wavered. This is great batting here from Australia. Alert to the situation. Navaraj bowling to Peter Jensen. This time played on the onside, no run. Canada need to find a way to break this partnership now. They started off well, but these 2 guys are looking really comfortable in the middle. Trying to look for the single, decide against it. Shot, and it's straight down the ground for another boundary. As you can see from the replay, slightly short. Kind of a straight pull this time by Peter. Beating mid-on. One more boundary out here. Canada need to tighten things up. Back live. This time on the onside. There is protection in the deep. A good throw, preventing the second run. Substitution out here for Canada. Navaraj being replaced by Irfan on the field. Krishna continuing from the pavilion end. Bowling to Peter Jensen. Nicely bowled once again. Krishna has been really, really tight. He hasn't given away too many boundary balls. Once again, bowling to Peter Jensen and left all alone outside the off stump this time. Good bowling out here by Krishna. Once again, Krishna. Short but straight to the fielder. Tried to cut it away. Once again, left all alone outside off stump. Australia 80 for 1. 17th over in operation. Krishna to Peter Jensen. Once again, left all alone outside off stump. Great over here by Krishna, who's really kept things tight from this end. Would be interesting to see if there's a bowling change from the other end. Looks like Mukesh, the captain, is speaking to Kanti Patel. Another bowling change from the far end. Looks like it's Wilson. The field moving around a bit. Captain Mukesh having a word with his new bowler. Taking their time to set the field. Moving Stanley to a deep extra cover position. Canada need to find a way to break this partnership. Both Peters looking extremely comfortable at the moment, not taking any undue risks. They are getting a boundary ball every over. Krishna has kept things tight from the pavilion end. Australia for 80 for 1. Here comes Wilson. Bowling slow off spinners. Seeing spin for the first time in this game. Would be interesting to see the approach from the Australian batsman. Will they try to go for it? Tossed up nicely, played on the onside. This time they have a long on in place. Will they look for two? Just a single. Here comes Wilson. Oh, that one took off from a good length. Took Peter Jensen by surprise. Back live, and this one again. Some sharp turn and bounce here for Wilson. Interesting. Once again played on the onside, but there's a man stationed there at square leg. Good start here by Wilson. He's found his rhythm pretty quickly. Bowling a nice line here, just outside off stump. Oh, that's beautifully bowled once again. Was it an opportunity? The umpire has given it runs. It looks like it got the outside edge. Yes, off the bat. Ishrat has been decent behind the stumps till now. This could turn out to be a slightly costly miss. A bit of a 50-50 chance. And we see Kanti Patel being introduced from the pavilion end now. Left arm spin. So spin from both ends for Canada. Cloudy conditions out here today. Slightly chilly as well. As you see a few of the players wearing jumpers. Kanti Patel coming from the pavilion end. He was the man of the match in the previous game against the USA for his wonderful slow left arm orthodox spin. Took four wickets, I believe. Taking his time to set the field. Captain Mukesh Narula at mid-on. They have a slip in place, which is good to see. Canada attacking still. Kanti coming left arm over the wicket to Peter O'Reilly. Or Peter Jensen, who's on strike. Beg your pardon. Driven down, back to the bowler. Good start here for Kanti Patel. This time a bit too full. Kind of a Yorker length. Peter Jensen facing Kanti Patel. Nicely bowled once again. This is a good start here by Kanti Patel. In fact, both spinners, for that matter, have started off really well for Canada. Good stuff here. 82 for 1 Australia, 19th over in operation. That's full. Swept on the onside. We'll have to wait and watch if it reached the boundary. Apparently not. It pulled up. Farooq Kirmani coming in with the throw. He had to run all the way from first lip down to deep fine leg. As we mentioned before, the outfield being a little heavy today, thanks to a bit of overnight rain, I suppose. And it's kind of that time of the year when it's not that hot for it to dry up that easily. Peter O'Reilly taking strike to Kanti Patel this time. Nicely bowled once again and left all alone by Peter. Kanti Patel doing a terrific job till now. Taken on the full, driven down to mid-on, no run. And that's the end of the over. Kanti Patel bowling his first, conceding 3 of it, 85 for 1 Australia. 20 overs done. Australia 88 for 1. Kanti Patel continuing from the pavilion end. Taking it on the full and on the onside. A dive put in there by Stanley at the boundary line, but could not prevent the boundary. Once again, Kanti Patel. Peter Jensen, who is batting really well on 39. Peter O'Reilly at the other end, 37 of 55. This time short, outside off stump, cut away to the man at the sweeper cover boundary. It's interesting that Kanti Patel today is bowling from left arm over the wicket. He had been bowling from left arm round the previous games. Almost carried to the bowler this time. Peter O'Reilly looking to use his feet, trying to get to the pitch of the ball. Nice loopy left arm bowling here from Kanti Patel. Captain Mukesh Narula having a quiet word with the bowler. This time showing some touch here, Peter. Finding the gap on the offside between slip and backward point. End of the over. Australia 95 for 1. 21 overs done. Remember, this is a 45 over game. This is the Canada Cup tournament. 4 nations, Australia, Canada, England, and the USA, playing the Masters over 60s tournament. Just a reminder to our viewers that all the players are above the age of 60. It's commendable, their commitment and their determination to kind of fight it out in the middle to play 45 overs. We have Wilson continuing from the other end. Bit of a miss hit on the onside. Gets a single. Wilson to O'Reilly, this time on the onside, no run. Full toss, hit on the onside, looking for the boundary. I think it's kind of just pulled in inside. Good fielding here on the boundary. Fancy footwork. Here comes Wilson to O'Reilly and unlucky there. An inside edge went between the keeper and the stumps. Wilson is bowling really well out here. Has created a couple of opportunities, but has been a bit unlucky. Spin seems to be working well for Canada. And that brings up the 100 for Australia. Once again, O'Reilly nicely playing it down to the onside, using his feet, coming down the track. End of the over, 22 overs done. Australia 101 for 1. Both Peters batting really well. This partnership has grown a lot. Peter Jensen at 41 of 62. Peter O'Reilly 42 of 63. Canada trying to operate with spin from both ends. Kanti Patel from the pavilion end, left arm orthodox. Bowling over the wicket, once again tapped on the offside for a single. Kanti Patel to Peter Jensen this time. Short and wide offside the off stump. This time played in the gap. We'll have to wait and watch if it reaches the boundary. Looks like it's 4. A rare short delivery by Kanti Patel. Played on the offside, straight to the man at backward point. Peter Jensen playing at 45. Approaching his 50. Would be interesting to see who gets there first, Peter Jensen or Peter O'Reilly. Both have faced 64 deliveries each. This time he got the outside edge. Slightly lucky, did not carry to the fielder at short third. There is some turn on offer on this track if you can hit the right length and slow it up a bit. As we see once again, Peter Jensen driving it down the ground to long off for another single. Kanti Patel to Peter O'Reilly. Oh, that's beautifully bowled. Stuck on the pad, but it's really hard to get an LBW when you're bowling left arm over the wicket. The ball seemed to have pitched outside the line of leg stump, which makes it difficult for the umpire to adjudge a batsman LBW. It has to pitch in line and it'll have to do slightly, we'll have to turn the other way for the batsman to be in front of the stumps. Good bowling out here by Kanti Patel. I think it might be a good food for thought for him to come round the wicket to look for that LBW. Considering that the turn that he's getting from over the wicket. Wilson once again continuing from the far end. Here comes Wilson. Peter Jensen, who drives it on the onside. Interesting fielding here at short mid wicket. Some footwork, but could not prevent the single. Wilson once again bowling to O'Reilly. Tossed it up, played on the onside. Another quick single. Both the batsmen are finding it really easy right now at the moment to find these singles. Peter Jensen on strike now. Wilson tossing it up. Peter playing it on the onside. Lots of encouragement from his teammates in the Australian dressing room behind me. Peter Jensen on 48. Peter O'Reilly at 44. Once again, Wilson nicely bowled. Stifled appeal for LBW. He was well forward. Wilson to O'Reilly. Looking for a quick single. This could be tight. But they make it easily in the end. Australia are doing really well out here, looking at these quick singles. Rotating strike over. Not letting the bowler settle down. Once again, another single. $112 for one in 24 overs. Peter Jensen not out on 49. Kanti Patel continuing. Patel to Jensen. Full toss played on the onside. That'll be a boundary. And his 50 as well. Peter Jensen did not realize that it was his half century. Reminded by his teammates from the boundary line. Got a bit of a gift here from Kanti Patel. Full toss. Nice, juicy, waist high full toss. Played on the onside. Kanti Patel once again. But that's beautifully cut away on the offside this time. Looking for two, which they should get comfortably in the end. This is interesting. Kanti Patel now choosing to come left arm around the wicket. Going diagonal through between the umpire and the stumps. Something which we feel probably could have been tried earlier. Creates more opportunities for dismissals. Gets the bowled and LBW into contention. When you're bowling over the wicket, it's really hard to get an LBW in your favor for a left arm spinner bowling to a right hander. Here comes Kanti Patel. The stamp wide outside off stump. Jensen would be cross with himself that he missed out on this opportunity to score. Kanti Patel with a change of tactic. Played back. Peter Jensen playing on 55 of 75 deliveries. Australia 118 for 1. At the end of 25 overs. Wilson to continue. Oh, in fact, there's a change in bowling on the other side. Bertram. Trying to bowl his leg spin from the far end. Oh, that was pulled away on the onside. Close enough to the fielder at short mid wicket. Interesting change here by Canada. Getting the leg spinner in the game. Bertram. Tossed up. Played on the onside once again. Bertram to Peter O'Reilly, who pulls it once again, but there's protection in the deep. Bertram trying to find his rhythm. It's never easy for a leg spinner to find rhythm early on. To control the ball. This time tossed up, nicely bowled. Played back to the bowler. Tossed up and hit towards mid-on. It was a full toss. Tried to go over the mid-on fielder, but could not find the elevation that he was looking for. Peter O'Reilly now back on strike. 47 from 70. He's been steady as ever. Here comes Bertram, and he tried to cut it on the offside. Missed it out. That's the end of the over. Australia 1-2-2 for 1. Or as we popularly say in Australia, 1 for 2-2, 1 for 1-2-2 from 26 overs. As we see Kanti Patel continuing from the pavilion end. Left arm round the stumps. Tossed up, cut away on the offside for a single. Kanti Patel in his 5th over. 4 overs, 23 for none. Slight adjustments in the field. Australia 123 for 1 at this stage. Nicely played on the onside by Peter O'Reilly for another single, who moves on to 48. These pictures are brought to you live from the Maple Leaf Cricket Ground in King City, north of Toronto. Shot and pulled away to the man at deep mid-wicket, Krishna Ramnaresh, patrolling the boundary. Kanti Patel once again bowling to Peter Jensen. This time tossed up, looking for the quick single. Good fielding out here by Bertram from backward point, attacking the ball, stopping the single. Canada looking for the second wicket. Tossed up and played on the onside this time by Peter O'Reilly, who moves on to 50, 51. His third consecutive 50 in this tournament. He was 78 not out in the first game against the United States, 64 in the previous game against England, and now he's playing on 51 not out against Canada. Nicely bowled by Kanti Patel and defended We're back live now. Bit of a halt with some technical issues with the scoring. Garvin bowling from the pavilion end and Peter O'Reilly on strike. Batting on 57. Once again, oh, there's a bit of a misfield in the deep by Stanley, and they've considered a boundary. Should have been just a single. Played towards deep mid wicket this time. That's beautifully played. O'Reilly coming onto his own now. Australia 147 for 1 in 29 overs. We're approaching the last over before the second official drinks break. Shot pulled away to mid-on for a single. In the meantime, it might be a good time to see the score from the other game as well. England playing the USA. USA seems to be in a really bad position at this moment. 69 for the loss of 8 wickets. Batting first in 27 overs. They really need a miracle now to get out of this. Which also means that Canada will have to bat out of their skin to have a chance to qualify for the finals tomorrow, given that England is dominating the USA at the other end. 69 for the loss of 8 wickets, USA. Canada lost to England in the first game. And that was a really bad loss, which means that to maintain a good net run rate, they would have to really bat well today to have a chance to qualify for the finals, which is tomorrow. We'll be going back to the Danville Park, Mississauga. Today's games are played at King City, the Maple Leaf Cricket Ground. All right, now we are at our second official drinks break. 30 overs done. Australia 131 for the loss. Oh, sorry. We have a bit of a technical issue with the scoring. We'll be getting back to you shortly.
Music vibe.
Australia 158 for 1. We have Krishna back from the pavilion end. Krishna to Peter, who plays it on the onside. Krishna to Peter Jensen. That's nicely bowled once again. Krishna. Beautifully bowled by Krishna once again.
So you're muted when you're up here like this, and then when you play down, you're like. So just in case you wanna.
So that's mute?
Yeah.
All right. I've been joined by David Smith from Australia.
Thank you very much.
Welcome, David. My name is Venu.
Hello,
Welcome to
Venu.
the commentary box. So, a great start here for Australia.
Wonderful start.
Both
Peter-
leaders going really well.
Yes, Peter O'Reilly continuing his wonderful form, and Peter Jensen as well today, batting beautifully. A wonderful partnership.
That's correct.
Partnership of well over 130, is it?
Yeah, I think it's 161 for one.
Yep.
The first wicket fell pretty early.
That's
in
correct.
the early 20s.
Yep. So yes, wonderful partnership. And they haven't taken hardly any risks whatsoever.
Absolutely. I think they're just playing proper cricketing shots.
Correct.
As we see Kanti Patel from the far end this time, a change of ends for him.
Yeah, yeah. And he looks pretty good. I hadn't seen him before. He didn't play in our games last week.
Mm-hmm.
In our practice games against, or our ODIs against Canada last week. He wasn't playing, so
Pulled away. Slight top edge.
Yep. Yeah. So this is the first time.
Yeah, Kanti was the man of the match in the previous game for Canada against the USA.
Right.
He took
right.
4 wickets.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go. So I thought he was bowling reasonably well.
Yeah,
And,
I think it's surprising to see him operate from over the wicket, to be honest.
Okay.
I
Normally
thought he's
round.
cutting down his possibilities of getting an LBW or a bowled
Yep.
when he's bowling from over the wicket.
Yep.
He had a close shout against Peter O'Reilly a while back, but that was pitching outside the leg stump. So,
Yes.
yep, I believe it might serve him well if he comes round the wicket.
Yeah. We'll see. Shot. That's Peter O'Reilly. Yeah, the boys are just batting beautifully, very sensibly, without risk. But if there's a bad ball, they put it away.
Absolutely. I think this is classical old school ODI batting
Yeah.
in the age of T20 cricket.
Yeah. This sort of reminds me of when Dean Jones would talk about a run and ball, run and
That's
ball
correct.
without too much
Yeah.
risk.
He was a master at running between the wickets as well.
Correct. Absolutely. Yeah.
The late Dean Jones.
Yep. Yes, the late Dean Jones, wonderful Victorian and wonderful
Amazing cricketer.
Australian cricketer.
Absolutely brilliant cricketer for Australia.
Correct.
And a great commentator and analyst as well.
Absolutely. Yeah. No. Very sad loss Yes, we've had a few losses the last few years, haven't we, the Australians?
Absolutely.
with,
I think it was heartbreaking last year to see Shane Warne and Marsh
correct.
in the
Yeah.
same week.
That's right. And Dean Jones was, I'm trying to think now, the year before perhaps.
Probably the year before,
Yeah,
yes.
so it would seem all pretty close.
And we also had Andrew Simons.
Andrew Simons, of course, as well. So it was a very sad year, really, for cricketers and the world, really. Good, decent guys and wonderful sportsmen.
Absolutely. I think Shane Warne was a legend. I mean, haven't seen anyone come close to him when it comes to the art of leg spin bowling.
Well, there you go. I can tell you a couple of little stories if you're
Mhm.
interested. With Shane, I mean, when I first met him, I was playing at Glenelg, and he rolled up, and he was with the Adelaide Institute of Sport, AIS,
Mhm.
and I was playing Glenelg, and I think I was about 25, and playing in the C grade, and I looked at him, and he was quite a chubby fella at the time. He was probably about, I don't know, 17 years of age. That's another nice shot from Peter O'Reilly. He was playing for the AIS and playing for Glenelg, and of course he was straight into the A grade of Glenelg. And watching him, and me being a leg spinner, I was watching him very carefully, and he was turning the ball huge amount. And I thought, wow, look at this kid. He's going to go places. And of course, within a short time, he's playing for Victoria, and
Absolutely.
a short time after that, he's playing for Australia.
Oh, yes.
There you go.
And I think there was an interesting story wherein initially he wanted to be an AFL player.
Correct.
And he was
absolutely.
rejected, I believe.
Yes, he did. That's true. He was playing for St Kilda
Mhm.
in either under 17s or under 19s, one of those. And he was he loved AFL, and cricket was more of his minor sport. And so AFL and playing for St Kilda, that was his dream, to get into the league side, the AFL league side. And anyway, he was cut. He received a letter, I believe, to say
Yes.
that he hadn't made the cut, and he was devastated. And he thought about, what else could I do? And he thought, I'm not too bad at leg spinning. So that's what happened.
I think we should thank the person who wrote that letter to him
Yeah,
as a cricket fan.
yeah, we can.
Beautifully played on
Beautifully
the
played.
onside.
I reckon they'll
Excellent
get
fielding
another
on the
one.
boundary
Yes,
line.
yes. Good fielding though. Saved 4, but definitely a 2 for Peter O'Reilly. What's Peter on now?
Peter O'Reilly batting on 76.
76, and Peter Jensen's 73.
73.
Fantastic.
Australia, in
For
fact,
Australia,
78
if you're an
now.
Australian supporter.
Pardon me?
If you're an Australian supporter,
Oh, yeah.
which I am, playing with the team,
Absolutely.
I can't.
Oh, that's
whoa,
beautifully
wow.
bowled by Krishna.
Okay, well bowled.
Well
Peter
bowled.
O'Reilly is out. Bowled. Wow, congratulations to the bowler.
Yeah, Krishna is one of the top bowlers out here in Canada. As we see the
Wow,
dismissal,
look at that. There it
probably
is.
lapse in concentration.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
so.
played
Perhaps.
across the line.
Yes, just slightly, yeah. So unlike Peter,
Absolutely.
getting out.
Yes.
But look at his score.
78, I believe.
That's about his
excellent
average.
innings. Excellent innings by
Yeah.
Peter once again. As we see
Well done, Peter.
Yeah, I think Smithy is getting excited in the comp box, which is pretty close to the Australian
Well,
dressing room.
that's right, exactly. I am
And
playing today.
Another update from the match on the other side. USA bowled out for 70
Wow,
against England,
Yeah.
which sets up the game nicely for tomorrow for you guys, I believe. You
think so.
might have England in the finals.
I think so.
if
I think
things
that
go
would
well
be
for England.
I think most people would have thought that
Yeah.
was going to happen.
Yeah, I think Canada have a tall task. Because they lost really badly to England in the first game, they would have to bat out of the skin to kind of have a chance to make it to the finals if they want to win this.
True, very true. Now we've got Peter Dudridge, the captain,
captain.
of the Australian team.
Lots of Peters in your side.
Well,
Smithy.
yeah, I think we've got 3, haven't we? 3 Peters.
3 Peters.
Yeah.
That's a
Ooh.
lot for one team.
Okay. Yep, 3 Peters. Yeah, you're right. Don't think there's any others. No, just 3.
Kanti Patel continuing from the far end. Shot
Ooh,
played to
well
the
fielded.
bowler, fielded nicely.
Yep.
That was hit hard.
Hard. It was hit hard, and he's fielded it well.
Peter Jensen batting on 73 of 94 deliveries. Nicely played once again. Nicely fielded by Kanti Patel.
Yep.
Would be interesting to see if Peter Jensen can race to his 100.
I really hope so for Peter and for our team.
This time cut away on the offside. It's an interesting day today for cricket. It's nice and cool. Hardly any sun.
That's right. It's really nice. I like this facility personally.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of cricket grounds in this facility. I've played here personally too, and have happy memories of this ground.
Oh,
A
wonderful.
couple of years ago, on the same ground,
Yes.
we won our T20 championship.
Oh, fantastic.
So yeah, happy memories.
Great. Well done. Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
And how did you go in the game personally? Do you remember?
So I had a specific role as an opening batsman
Yes.
to go after the bowling.
Yep.
I scored a quick 520 odd,
Okay.
and
Did you
yeah,
roll
so we were
what you were asked to
chasing.
do?
Yep. So we were chasing a score of, I believe, 150 odd
Okay.
in a T20 game. Oh, that's beautifully
Lovely
played.
late cut from Peter. And returns, yes, 2 runs.
It was actually mid-September, and it was still a hot day back then, which is surprising that we are actually towards the end of August, and it's pretty cool out here.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was we almost had about 27, 28 degrees that day in
Okay.
mid-September. So yeah,
Yeah. So that's
but a great game nonetheless.
Yeah. That's autumn for you,
Yeah,
of course. isn't
it's
it?
kind
Yeah.
of called fall season
Yeah,
in this
yeah.
part of the world.
Yes.
Yeah, this is towards the end of the Canadian summer.
Mm.
Generally, September is when the fall season officially begins.
Yep.
And that's the beginning of school season as well.
Of
So
course,
yeah,
yes.
all the young kids would be gearing up for their first day of school in a
Okay.
couple of weeks.
So when would the season officially finish? normally?
We try to generally stretch it till the end of September or early October.
Okay.
October is generally pretty cold
Yeah. All right.
for cricket, but we try to sneak in a few games
Yep.
if possible.
Yep.
That's when the playoffs kind of come closer.
So okay. And
but then,
and the
yeah.
start of the season when you normally get
Start
away?
is kind of end of May.
End of May. Okay.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, mid-May is when the season officially kind of
Yeah.
starts.
Yep.
Yeah, so we have about 3.5 months of good cricket.
Yep.
It's a challenge, to be honest, in Canada, given the extreme weather that we have.
Correct.
We have a lot of snow in winters.
And even in summer, there's sometimes where you would hope to play on turf. Sometimes you have to play on the hard wicket. Or
That's correct. We
Yeah.
have a lot of mat and astroturfs.
and each
personally, we
ground
love
has
to
that
play on-
set up. I notice,
That's correct.
so
Yeah,
you can quickly change.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is
So
excellent.
kudos to the groundsmen, honestly, because they have very few months to kind of prepare, or few weeks, in fact, to prepare these turf wickets.
Right.
So
Okay.
yeah, it's
Mm.
primarily a summer sport out here in Canada, cricket.
Yes. Yes.
And in the winters, we do have a few indoor leagues
Yep.
happening as
Okay.
well.
Okay.
So those will be those, 6-a-side or, those kind of leagues wherein you play on artificial turfs
Yes.
inside football, indoor stadiums and stuff. Those
Yeah,
are interesting
okay,
as
wow,
well.
That would,
Yeah.
under lights, obviously.
Oh, yes, it's pretty competitive as
yeah,
well.
Yeah. And and obviously that gives opportunity to play all year round for some players
Absolutely.
who want
Yep,
to play all year round. Yeah,
that's correct.
that's wonderful.
Yep. So
Excellent.
which part of Australia are you from, Smithy?
I'm from South Australia,
Oh, Adelaide?
Adelaide. Correct.
Interesting.
Well done.
Oh, yeah, I've been to Australia a couple of
Oh,
times, so I
beautiful.
love the
You
place.
love
to
the
be
Adelaide
honest.
Oval then?
The Adelaide is the only place which I haven't been to.
Oh, okay.
I've been to Melbourne, I've been to Sydney.
Yep.
And definitely in my next trip, I would want to go to Brisbane. I would want to go to Adelaide and Perth as well.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
so
Well,
that's
please
something
do.
which I would Yep.
Happy to show you around.
absolutely.
Work it out. We can
Uh,
swap numbers.
It's an
Oh,
appeal, probably missing leg.
Okay.
I was
Yeah.
actually a fan of the old Adelaide Oval, to be honest,
Oh.
before the renovation.
Okay.
Those open stands.
Yes. I suppose I, grew up with that, watching for many years as a young boy, and
yes.
it was always a dream to play on the Adelaide Oval, and it was very hard to get on the Adelaide Oval. I played back in my day for the West Torrens District Cricket Club, and I got close. We played on the Adelaide number 2
Interesting.
many times as a young cricketer, and but my district days were very rarely could you get onto the Adelaide Oval unless you were in the grand final because of the program. The Adelaide Oval was very tight.
Got it.
But if you were in the one-day squad, and that particular time I was in the one-day squad for our club, West Torrens, and we played in the grand final, but I was 13th man, so I didn't quite get out there. That's as close as I got to the Adelaide Oval.
Yeah. I think the Adelaide Oval internationally has also witnessed a lot of historical games, especially in Test cricket. I remember watching as a young boy, India won their first Test in a lot many years in 2003, where VVS Lakshman and Dravid got those hundreds. In fact, Dravid got a double hundred, 233, and that was an interesting chase because Australia scored 556 batting first. And India ran them close, and in the second innings, they got them out cheaply. And imagine, a team batting first and getting 550 odd and still losing.
I know, amazing.
And who can forget the 36 all out by India in 2021? Well, oh my goodness, that was
only recent.
That was a crazy game.
That was incredible. We just couldn't believe it.
Absolutely.
But your recount of the history there of that game in Adelaide Oval many years ago. Well done. Ooh,
and that is out. Unfortunate for Peter Jensen. Once again, just like his partner, Peter O'Reilly, tried to play it across the line.
Yes, and it kept it a little bit lower, perhaps.
Kept a little low and maybe sneaked through a bit.
Let's have a look
between
on
bat
the
and
replay.
pad. As we see the replay on screen. Yeah, I think it just skidded through.
Yeah, just a little bit more. Yeah, it kept it.
Well played, Peter.
But a great innings.
Great innings out here by the veteran. As he gets applause from his Australian teammates.
Now we have Paul Clark coming out. And Paul, like myself and Tim Pellin, we're all from South Australia.
Interesting.
But slightly interesting story is that Paul Clark was born in New South Wales and played second 11 for New South Wales. And Tim Pellin was born in England.
Oh, okay.
And Dave Smith, the person you're speaking to, was born in Brisbane.
Wow.
So yet we all play for South Australia. We've all lived in South Australia most of our lives.
That's lovely.
Well, certainly Paul has at least 50% of his life approximately in South Australia. So Paul and I met way back at West Torrens.
Wow.
So we go back a long way, and I hadn't seen him for such a long time, and it was just lovely when I started at Veterans Cricket. We both started in Veterans Cricket about 2 years ago.
Oops.
And it was wonderful to see Paul again. We'd both aged, of course, like a good fine wine. So some people say.
That's a nice way to put it.
And talking of that, Paul is a winemaker. And
that's lovely.
Yes, he has his own winery.
I think South Australia is really known for its wines, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Paul's vineyard is in Adelaide Hills.
Mm-hmm.
And of course we have the Barossa Valley, which is probably the most famous.
Mm-hmm.
And then we also have the McLaren Vale wineries and region. And that's where I sort of play cricket.
Oh, that's
nowadays.
beautifully bold.
Beautifully bold, correct. So, yeah.
We have a few Australian wines available here in Canada as well. When we go to the liquor store, I think one is Yellowtail, if I'm not wrong. That's a popular one.
Very popular.
And I believe now Ricky Ponting has Ponting wines as well.
Not surprised.
Yeah.
I think I'd heard that. And I wonder where he's getting his grapes from, where it's actually made.
Is it the Yarra Valley?
Okay, there you go.
I mean, I'm not sure. I'm just guessing.
Yeah,
that's the wine reserve
sure myself. I'll try to find out. But anyway,
I think Victoria is also pretty much known for its wines, right? In the Yarra Valley, I believe.
Yes. And even in Western Australia, vineyards over there.
Mm-hmm.
But certainly South Australia, of all the states, is probably the most world-renowned.
Interesting.
I'm a little bit biased, of course. And I'd just send out a cheerio to all my friends at the McLaren Vale Districts Cricket Club, where I play my cricket. I'm also the senior coach there. I'd
Awesome.
love to say hello to all the guys back in Adelaide and the Claren Vale, and everyone that all my friends through cricket back in Adelaide. So that's been it's
Lovely.
this wonderful opportunity.
Australia 181 for 3
Yep.
from 36 overs.
Yeah, we just slowed down a little bit. We've lost a couple of wickets, so naturally
That's
It
natural.
happens.
Yeah, I think probably the spinners are pulling Canada back into the
They
game
are.
now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, yeah. And one of your spinners did very well last week, of course.
That's correct.
Took a hat trick.
Wow, I wasn't there at the
No,
game.
on the Friday. Yeah, in Niagara.
Interesting. That's interesting.
Yeah.
I heard the pitch was pretty
Yeah,
interesting.
it was very interesting. I had an opportunity to bat much higher up the order, and it was keeping really low. And Greg
Yeah.
Hoysted and I were out there for quite a while.
And it
And-
was supposedly a very windy day as well.
Yes,
I believe.
very windy, and we played a day nighter.
Wow.
And it
Must
was a
have been
very
cold in
low
the night.
scoring game. Canada made, I think it was 89,
hmm
and we made the runs 90 with 7 wickets down only.
Wow.
So we were, so it was a tight battle.
Nice.
That was our closest game for sure. Yeah,
Interesting.
yeah.
So did you visit the Niagara Falls?
Yes, we were fortunate as a group. We left early in the morning and we headed out to Niagara Falls. It was awesome.
Yeah, it's a
Absolutely
spectacle.
awesome.
Yeah.
Magnificent. We were there several hours. And then after that, we took the bus ride, a short bus ride, I don't know, maybe 15 minutes or so into Niagara and
Mhm.
actually played at the Niagara Cricket Ground.
Lovely.
And it was, really lovely. And to play under lights is, not that many of us have played under lights, so it's different.
Mhm.
Lovely shot. That's from
Yeah,
Paul
beautifully played down the
Clark.
ground.
I think they could come, no, just the single, but a lovely shot down the ground.
Yeah, used his feet nicely.
Yes.
Came to the pitch of the ball,
Yes.
driven it down the ground.
No, Paul's a very good batsman.
So both relatively new batsmen at the crease right
Yes.
now. Would be interesting to see how their approach would be.
Yeah.
Tossed up once again.
Another quick single.
I think this is one aspect which
Ooh,
Australians
hit,
have
but
been really good at.
He's made it.
I think this is one aspect I was talking about which the Australians have been really good at. Stealing those singles and looking for those ones and twos and rotating the strike. I think that's something which they have done really well throughout the innings.
Yes, I agree. It's really the hallmark of Australian cricket,
Absolutely.
right through, even
Yep.
to over 60s. And even though, it's just something that we've all grown up with doing to
I
make
agree.
the most of your opportunity and push for singles. And obviously we're all slowing down a bit, but we still want to take the fielders on.
I agree. Yeah, that's a nice approach because it's always easy on the bowler if he gets to bowl 4 to 5 deliveries at one batsman.
Yep.
But when you kind of move the strike over, it's always irritating for the captain as well as the bowler.
Correct.
You can't work on the batsman.
100%.
Yeah, I think the good old Australian coaching way was, once you hit a boundary, look for the single. right?
Correct.
The next
Absolutely.
delivery.
Yeah. And
Yeah, I've spoken to a few Australian coaches and I've heard this many times.
yes. It comes all the way through.
Yep.
And we try to instill that in young cricketers coming through.
Do you think it's still kind of prevalent in the current lot as well with the T20 generation of cricketers?
Oh, wow.
It's
What can
kind
I
of changed
say?
the dynamics, right?
It's
Look, T20 cricket is completely different.
it is. It truly is. It's almost like a different game.
Yeah, it
in a
is.
way. I know it's cricket, of course it is, and I still enjoy it. But
Yeah.
I am involved. If lined up against one against the other, I just love Test cricket personally.
Oh,
But
yeah.
as far as T20, wow, it's improved our fielding. Everybody's fielding has to improve.
And even, some of the innovations in batting as well.
Oh.
Those audacious shots that batsmen play nowadays.
Exactly.
Against fast bowlers, sitting down on one knee and
I know.
ramping
like,
them up.
we would not have dreamt about that 30 years
Absolutely.
ago. Shots like that. Truly.
Yeah.
Well bowled. That was well bowled.
Yeah, I think it's hard to get an LBW from over the wicket
Yes. You're a
unless the
left-hander.
ball moves back in, which is
Correct.
unlikely
Mm.
given that he's a left-arm orthodox spinner.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I can't imagine, say an Alan Border or a Steve Waugh sitting down in front of Malcolm Marshall trying to ramp him over his fine leg for a 6.
Yeah. That-
Cricket in those days were
They
different.
would have gone, what the? Interesting, isn't it? Like, Yes. I'm amazed at some of the shots.
Oh, that's beautifully
Uh-oh.
bowled.
Oh.
An appeal for caught behind. The umpire doesn't seem to be interested.
Okay.
I think we'll see the replay shortly on
Okay,
screen.
look at that.
Yeah, hard to
Hard
tell,
to tell.
unless you have the snickometer.
We don't have Snicko here, do we? So I don't
Remember,
know.
there's
Just
no
gotta-
reviews
Just got to
for
rely.
these cricketers.
Yeah. Oh, a quick single.
Quick single could be
Oh,
tied, and this could
he's
be
out.
That is
He's
out.
Oh, okay.
Good fielding out here by Canada.
Yes, well done. It was a really, really good fielding.
Yeah, and a good throw as well to the
Correct.
keeper.
Yeah.
There you see the replay. Peter looking for a quick single. The fielder charging in. Farooq
Quilt,
Kirmani, the
yeah.
vice captain. And some excellent fielding and wicket keeping out here by Canada.
Correct. Yeah. Peter Dudridge is out, our
Australia lose
Australian
their
captain.
fourth.
Oh, Pete. Obviously, the Australians are, trying to sort of re-establish and lift that run rate again, and they've taken as we discussed earlier, taking the fielder on, and in this case, Canada was successful.
Yep, that's
Beautiful
right.
fielding.
I think Canada can probably look at restricting Australia to 215, 220 odd.
Yeah.
That could be a good score to
Yes.
chase down.
Well, the way I was looking earlier, I
It was looking at 250.
correct. I think
easily.
we were talk around our little camp would have been that.
Yep.
Looking at that sort of figure.
Yep.
But with this 3 wickets now,
That's
and
correct.
in a short space of time, things have changed again. Well done
right.
to Canada, fighting back.
Absolutely. I think good to see the fight.
So this is Greg Hoisted.
Oh, that's beautifully bowled. Appeal for LBW once again. Turned down by the umpire. That probably looked a little close. Would wait and watch on the replay.
Okay. Yeah, that was an excellent ball. Not the ball you want to get first ball.
Oh, yeah. It's too full and straight. Probably, maybe pitching outside leg.
Yeah, I think that might have saved him.
Yep, I think it was a close
Yeah,
call for
yeah,
sure.
Yeah, it was a very good ball.
But again, we were discussing this, Smithy, that, it's hard to get an LBW from that angle.
Yes.
If
correct.
you're a left-arm orthodox spinner, unless you move the ball into the right-hander,
That's right.
the umpires would generally not give that out on the angle.
Yes, that helped him, or helped our batsman. Maybe your spinner there might think about coming around the wicket.
I think it did come around the wicket for a few deliveries, but switched back to over the
Yeah,
wicket.
yeah.
I'm not too sure why.
Yeah. Okay.
As we see
This is Paul Clark facing.
Paul Clark space
So he has the
facing.
helmet
It
and
looks like Wilson from this end.
Okay.
Yep, the off spinner.
Wilson, the off spinner.
Tossed up once again.
Yep.
Slide inside edge. Good work by Canada in the last few deliveries, pulling things back.
Absolutely.
I think they need to attack the new batsman more, not letting him off with easy singles.
Yeah.
Might be a
Yeah.
good idea to get some men in.
Yep. There's still, what do we got? 1, 2, 3 out in the boundary. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we have
the
mid
leg
off
side.
up. The off spinner coming in. Oops,
Oop,
that kept a
he-
little low.
Yep.
But nicely played there by Greg. 189 for 3. 189 for 4.
Yeah.
My apologies. Wilson, once again,
Yep.
played to short third man for another single. This is something which Australians have done really well. And not letting the bowler settle down to a rhythm.
No. It's great to be here.
England, meanwhile, have started their innings. They're 9 for the loss of no wickets.
Okay. Paul Clark.
Chasing 70, which the USA batsmen have posted in the first innings. They got all out for 70 in 29.4 overs.
Okay. There you go. Yeah, so that Paul's just hit that out to through the mid wicket area. Oh, a lovely shot
It's in
by
the
Greg
air.
Hoisted. And just a single, well fielded.
Yeah, probably did not connect it as well as he would have liked to.
Yeah, not quite as good, but
Slight.
it's only early in his innings.
That's correct. Maybe a thick inside edge.
Yeah.
Wilson tossing it up nicely, inviting the drive.
Yeah,
Once
well
again,
played,
beautifully
Paul,
played.
down the wicket. And without any risk.
At the end of 39 overs, Australia 194 for 4. We are looking at the last 6 overs of the innings now. Would be
Okay.
interesting to see when do Australia really go for it now.
I think pretty soon they would. As I say, they. As
They
in
have wickets
our
in
team.
hand. They have wickets in hand.
Yeah, we've got wickets in hand. Yeah. I might have to leave soon and go and get dressed. Well, I'm dressed, but get the pads on. But
Yep.
we may not. We'll see what happens in the next 2 or 3 overs, I think. Yeah. So Greg's from country Victoria and played recently in the over at Barbados for Australia. I think it was back in February.
Interesting.
Yeah. And
So did you watch the legendary India versus Pakistan game from the last year's World Cup at the MCG, the one which Virat Kohli lit up the show?
oh yes, I watched it.
I heard that was
I
probably
didn't
one
see
of
it
the loudest
personally,
cheers.
like I wasn't there in Melbourne. This is Melbourne. I live in Adelaide, but
Oh yeah,
yes,
correct.
Yeah, that was great. Yeah,
Yeah, I think
fantastic
that was
game.
quite a spectacle of a game.
It was. There was a lot of people there.
Oh yeah, 90,000
I
people.
know. Incredible.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I heard that from a few locals in Melbourne. I heard that was probably the loudest night at the MCG for a long, long time.
Oh, look, that came through the television. The crowd was, incredible. I went to a game earlier in the season, one of the one day games, T20 games. I'm trying to think which one it was, but I think it was India versus. Was it India versus Sri Lanka?
Or could be India versus Bangladesh, if I'm not wrong.
Okay.
India played Bangladesh at the Adelaide Oval last year.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, probably
must have been
that
the
one.
game. Yeah.
Yeah.
And boy, oh boy, I'd never been to a game of cricket where it was so loud. The supporters.
Oh
It was
yeah,
incredible.
Indians are all are pretty much everywhere.
Yeah, it was incredible. It was wonderful to witness.
Yeah.
I remember telling my children when I came home, so I've been to the loudest game of cricket ever.
Yeah, I think it's going to be even more louder this year at the World Cup in India.
Absolutely.
Yep. I think the one game that everybody is watching out for is India versus Pakistan at Ahmedabad
Okay.
at the new stadium.
Yep.
Which can host about 130,000 odd people.
Oh, wow.
So that's going to be really loud.
Incredible. So here we are with it's 4 for 195 off 30th over.
As Greg plays it on the offside for a single.
Yep.
Australia slowly approaching their 200 mark. As we see Eddie from the other end. Nicely bowled, looking for the quick single.
Ooh.
I think a good call not to go for it.
Go ahead.
The same fielder, Farooq Kirmani, Canada's vice captain
Right.
at point.
Yep.
He's quick and he has
He
a good
is.
arm.
Agile in the field.
Agile
too.
as well, yep.
I think he was captain the other day when we were playing in Niagara. Is that correct? Yes. Yep, that's right.
So the final 5 overs, or as we like to call it, the slog overs.
Fair enough.
Yeah, the good old terminology from the ODI
Yes.
setup.
Yes. All right. Especially with wickets in hand.
I think would be interesting to see how much Australia end up with,
Yeah.
given that they have 6 wickets in hand, approaching 200.
Yeah.
Canada would want to restrict them not beyond 20 or 30 more from here.
Yeah, of course. And we're hoping a little bit more as well. But hey, look, it's a great It's been a good
We see
comeback, I think,
Wilson.
from Canada. Here we go. He's gone for a big hit.
I think early
And-
signs of aggression now.
Yeah, this could be it now. We'll see.
Wilson
We'll see what happens.
continuing from the pavilion end.
Yep.
Some encouragement from the boundary line from his Canada staff.
Uh-oh.
Oh, and we see a wicket
He's out.
here. Good stumping there
Paul
by the
Clark is
keeper.
out.
The ball kept low.
Yes, but he came down the track to go have a big hit. And he's
That's
just-
correct. And he had to
this
go
can
for
happen.
it as we see the replay coming up on screen.
I think I'll have to go.
Thank you, Smithy. Appreciate your time in the commentary box. Lovely insights.
Thank you.
Thank
it's
you
been
very
my
much, and
pleasure.
good luck with your batting.
Thank you very much. Very much.
All right.
I loved it. And thank you for the opportunity.
No worries at all.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Enjoyed it. Thank you very much. All right, so Australia 197 for 5. Canada getting some good breakthroughs in the last few overs. As we see Ken, who has joined Greg in the middle. A left-hander. Wilson getting his first wicket. A good stumping there by Ishrat. The ball keeping low, but still managing to hang on to it. Canada making a good comeback in this game now. Wilson to Ken. Nicely bowled. Looking for the quick single. Looking for 2 as well, but deciding against it. Good throw from the deep. I think Greg is looking to open his shoulders out here, trying to score a few quick runs. Would be interesting to see his approach now that he's lost another wicket at the other end. Australia do have 5 wickets in hand, and they have a considerable amount of score on board. Wilson, once again, played down the ground. Krishna at long on, getting the throw in. Good running here by Australia, converting that 1 into 2. $200 up for Australia with that 2. This time played on the offside. Might be chance for another 2 out here. Yes, they completed easily. Ken looking for the 3rd, but the batsman is not interested. Just another reminder to our viewers that this is an over 60s tournament. Kudos to the fitness level of these players. It's never easy running these 2s and 3s. Wilson once again to Greg. Down the leg side, another quick single. Nicely played on the onside. In fact, the offside. Another boundary out here for Australia. Once again, another quick single. Eddie bowling from round the wicket to the left-hander. Oh, that's an inside edge. Lucky break here for Ken. They're looking for 3. Would be interesting to see if they take on the arm of Farooq Kirmani. There's a throw coming in. Could be a chance for a run out, and looks like he's just made it in the end. Really good throw here by Farooq Kirmani from the deep. That looked pretty close. As you see the keeper coming in. Ooh, that was really close. Very close call for the umpire. Unfortunately, we don't have the, and in fact, they don't have the benefit of seeing replays. They have to make the line call themselves on field. Looking for the single, which they get eventually in the end. Australia 213 for 5. We are at the 42nd over. Remember, it's a 45-over game. This is the Canada Cup, organized by the CCMC, Cricket Canada Masters Council. 4-nation cup. Canada, Australia, England, and USA, the participants. Cricket Canada Masters Council has done an exceptional job in organizing this tournament. CCMC is an organization that promotes healthy lifestyle and healthy living for seniors. They organized the first ever Triangular Cup in 2021 as well in Canada, which eventually was won by the West Indies. This time, it's even one step further, with 4 nations coming and playing here in Canada. At the moment, the likelihood is for an England versus Australia final, given the scoreline. England are really playing well against the USA at the other end. 21 for no loss, chasing 70. And Canada would have to chase down whatever Australia puts really quickly to have a chance at the finals. $213 for 5 at the moment. Krishna Ramnaresh. Krishna 7 overs, 15 for 1, has been exceptional today. He's bowled really well. Ken, the left-hander, facing Krishna. Played on the offside for a single. Canada won't mind these singles at this stage. They should look at protecting the boundaries. Australia 214 for 5. Greg looks well set now. 14 of 13 deliveries. Ken has just joined him. Captain Mukesh Narula moving the field around a bit, sending long off back, bringing in an extra man on the offside. Looks like Krishna would be bowling a predominantly offside line. Here comes Krishna. Another single. Farooq. Krishna once again. Bowling to the left-hander Ken, who hits it in the air. It won't reach the boundary. Man at cow corner coming in and saving the boundary. Probably would have been pulled back anyways. Krishna has been really, really economical today. 7.3 overs, 19 for 1. Excellent bowling, and given the conditions and given the fact that the other bowlers haven't really been able to keep the scoring under check. Once again played down the ground. Kanti Patel at long off. The left-handed spinner. Krishna keeping things tight. Greg on strike. Australia 218 for 5. Here comes Krishna. In the air, and oh, that was an excellent attempt for a caught and bowled. Brilliant attempt there by Krishna. Diving forward, almost got there. Just a reminder to the viewers that he's well over 75. And to put in a diving effort like that is exceptional. Kudos to their commitment and determination. Once again, beautifully bowled by Krishna. End of another excellent over. 20 for 1 of 8 overs. He has 1 over remaining. Almost got a wicket in that over. Krishna Ramnaresh, just a reminder to our viewers, he's got a record in the Toronto District Cricket Association for the maximum number of maiden overs. I had the pleasure of playing alongside with him at the Mississauga Ramblers Club. And I can vouch for his accuracy and his talent and his skill. Over number 44 coming up from the far end. Looks like it's going to be Wilson who's got a change of ends. So Canada sticking to spin, even in the slog overs, making it hard for the Australians to use the pace. I think the last few overs have been good for Canada. They pulled things back a bit. It looked like Australians were well on course for 250. Here comes Wilson, bowling to Ken, the left-hander. Played on the onside, a slight misfield, which allows them the single. This is one problem when you have a left-hander and the right-hander. It's a nightmare for the captor and the fielders. They got to move the field around literally every delivery when the strike moves. Greg, the big bulky right-hander on strike. Here comes Wilson. Played over mid-wicket. Farooq Kirmani in the deep, who does a great job of cutting the boundary, but could not prevent the 2. I think Canada won't mind this at the moment, to be honest. They would love to restrict the boundaries. They don't mind the 1s and 2s, given these slog overs. Wilson once again to Greg. This time taken on the full, but just restricting it to 1. This is good bowling out here by Canada. They've done a decent job in pulling things back in the last few overs. Wilson once again to the left-hander, Ken. Right arm over the wicket. Ken drives on the offside. Another single. Australia 5 for 2, 2, 3. Greg on strike to Wilson. Pulls it away to deep long on. Looking for the second. That's an interesting call. And they get one for the throw. Should not have been two. But signs of tired legs in the deep for Canada. They've been fielding for 44 overs now. Here comes Wilson to Greg once again. Trying to swing across the line, missing the ball, and that's a dot ball to end the over. Over number 44 done. Australia 225 for 5. 44 overs done, 225 for 5, and the last over coming up. It looks like it's going to be Krishna from the pavilion end to bowl out his last over. Krishna has bowled 8 overs, 1 for 20. Looking to finish out his spell. Remember, every bowler can bowl 9 overs. This is a 45 over game. The last over coming up, ladies and gentlemen. Ken on strike, the left-hander. He's on 11 of 8 deliveries. Krishna to Ken. That's played on the onside, and the keeper giving chase. They're looking for 3, I believe, but they'll decide against it. That's a good throw. The Aussies running really hard now. They haven't found the boundary yet in the last few overs, but they're trying to make sure that they're covering up with running. Lots of running to do. Krishna once again would be bowling to Ken, who is on 13 from 9 deliveries. The last over in operation, 5 balls left in the game in the first innings. Krishna to Ken. Once again, a single on the offside. Once again, Krishna continuing. Would be bowling to the right-handed Greg, who's on 20 of 20 deliveries. In the air, and that's another wicket for Krishna. Nicely taken at short mid-wicket, or the traditional mid-wicket inside the circle by Captain Mukesh Narula. As we see the replay coming up on screen. Krishna keeping it simple. So good little innings by Greg here. He ran hard, converted ones into twos. Australia 228 for 6 from 44.3 overs. The last 3 balls coming up. Yeah. The final 3 deliveries coming up. Grant Elliott on strike, the new batsman. Krishna once again coming into bowl. Oh, that's beautifully bowled once again. Probably looks like a bye. We'll have to wait for the umpire's call. Bye signaled out here. Krishna unlucky there. Bowled a really good ball. Ishrat, the keeper, has been really good till now. Just missed this one. I probably feel it's tiredness. The last over. Krishna once again. Bowling to Elliott, who plays it down the ground, looking for two. Would be interesting to see if they challenge the fielder. Throw coming in, and oops, he missed it. Krishna probably not in the best position there for the run out. Should have been behind the stumps. Did not realize that the stumps were a little too far from his reach. Here's the last ball of the innings coming up. An appeal for a stumping. Not given. And that's the end of the Australian innings. Australia 232 for 6 in their 45 overs. Krishna Ramnaresh, 9 overs, 25 for 2, who bowled a really good spell out here. Closing out the innings.
Music vibe.
In Australia, ending at 232 for 6, thanks to the two Peters, Peter O'Reilly and Peter Jensen, who both got 70s. Had a really good partnership. That was the first innings done in this game. Australia versus Canada. Australia 232 for 6 in their 45 overs. Losing Richard Johnston early in the day. Peter O'Reilly and Peter Jensen then taking on guard. Peter O'Reilly 78 and Peter Jensen 77. And then kind of a comeback of sorts from Canada towards the end of the innings, wherein they restricted Australia to a decent total in the end. At one stage, they were looking on course for 250 or 260, the way Peter O'Reilly and Peter Jensen were playing. But I think good bowling out here and good fielding in the end as well by Canada to restrict them to 232. The star for Canada being Krishna Ramnaresh, 9 overs, 25 for 2. Eddie, the opening bowler, also bowled well, 8 overs, 40 for 1. Kanti Patel, 9 overs, 41 for 1. Wilson, 9 overs, 43 for 1. Bertram, 3 overs, 17 for none. Stanley, 4 overs, 13 for none. And 1 single over bowled by Gavin as well. So from 172 for 2, Australia were restricted to 228 for 6. Or pardon me, 232 for 6. And we'll take a short break here for lunch, and we will resume in another 30 minutes for the second innings.
Music vibe. Music vibe.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon once again. We are coming live from King City, the Maple Leaf Cricket Ground. We are watching Australia take on Canada in this over 60s tournament organized by the CCMC, Cricket Canada Masters Council. Australia batted first today, as you can see on the screen. Peter O'Reilly and Peter Jensen both getting 70s and, having a huge partnership to get Australia out of some trouble initially, where they lost a wicket early on. Canada, for that matter, also fought back. Australia at one stage were about 172 for one, and they were looking right on course for getting about 250 odd, 250 or 260. Canada pulled things back. If we go through the bowling, we could actually see Krishna Ramnaresh being the pick of the bowlers. Krishna 9 overs, 25 for 2. Stanley and Eddie opening the bowling today. Eddie also got the initial wicket. And we had the spinners doing a bit of damage in the middle of the innings, wherein Wilson and Kanti Patel got 1 wicket each. A couple of close shaves when it came to runouts and caught behinds and LBWs for Canada. Maybe the luck not going their way totally. But then, they really fought back well from the position that they were in at one stage. Both the Peters from Australia were looking on course to get their hundreds. They got them out, and after that, put a bit of a break in the scorings. They did not let Australia get away with a huge total. The challenge, though, right now is for Canada to see if they can score these runs really quickly, because right now, England on the other side are on course to their second win of the tournament. They are playing the USA, and England are right now. I mean, when I checked about a couple of minutes ago, they were 58 for 1, chasing a total of 70. And Canada really need to score these runs really quickly to get a chance to be featured in the finals tomorrow. They're chasing a target of 233. We have Stuart Ridge operating from the far end for Australia, the right-arm seamer, who bowled an excellent spell in the game on Tuesday against England. Here comes Stuart to Ishrat, the wicket-keeper from Canada, who tries to pull it on the onside. Chance for a run out early in the game. The keeper failed to collect it. Was a really, really chancy single, I must say, early on. The ball went straight to short fine leg. Lucky break here for Canada. Ishrat and Irfan, the Canadian openers. Nicely bowled and nicely played. All right, I'm now joined by the Canadian seamer, Stanley, who bowled in the first innings. Hi, Stanley. Welcome to the Combox.
Thank you very much.
So, what do you make
Appreciate-
of the game right now, Stanley? How do you see it?
Well, we just have to go there and bat straight and bat positive. But we are really playing against a formidable team. Australia hasn't lost a game as yet. So
Well, that's beautifully bowled here by Stewart. So, was there any early movement while you guys were bowling? I saw a lot of swing happening.
there was a little bit of swing, but the wicket was pretty damp,
Mm-hmm.
and the outfield was wet. So it was a bit difficult. But the best thing that happened today is that we did give our spinners a good chance to bring back the game.
Yeah, I
for us.
think the spinners definitely got Canada back into the game.
Yes.
At one stage, they were at 172 for 1
They were, yeah.
and on course to get 250, 260.
Yeah. It's a good thing we bring the spinners on because
Yeah.
the ball from the pacers, they just have to touch it and it goes into the boundary.
This is good bowling here by Stewart. End of the first over. Canada won for the loss of no wicket. Interesting conditions out here, Stanley, today. We didn't see the sun at all.
No, and I'm not used to that type of conditions at all. I'm new to it, new to playing cricket here in Toronto.
Yeah, just a reminder to our viewers, Stanley is from British Columbia, the
Yes.
western side of Canada,
Yep. Victoria.
Victoria, to be precise.
Yeah.
And I just hope, Stanley, everything is okay back home. I heard about the forest fires.
Yeah. It's I keep in touch, with my family. They keep telling me how things are down there, but it's very sad. Lots of fire, especially this time of the year. In British Columbia, we have a lot of fire.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, hoping and praying for the people of British Columbia to be safe and sound.
Yes.
As we have Grant Elliott from the pavilion end, who will be bowling to Ishrat, the Canadian wicketkeeper. Ishrat on strike to Elliott. And that's cut away through the offside. He found the gap well. Would wait and watch if it reaches the boundary. I think it's just pulled up a little before the boundary line. The fielder hasn't signaled forward, so it'll be down to 2 runs. The outfield seems to be a little heavy, Stanley.
Very heavy. Very, very heavy. Very damp.
Very damp and heavy as well, I believe.
And sometimes the ball is not coming as quick as you expect it to.
That's correct. I think it's probably that time of the year when, we don't have so much of heat to kind of dry it up and quicken it.
Yes.
Oh, that's beautifully played.
Nice pull.
Off the back foot, Ishrat pulling the ball over square leg. That was a rank bad delivery. Short delivery. Pulled away by Ishrat, taking full toll of the bat ball. I think Canada needs more of that in the initial power play overs.
Yeah, we do. We do. This is probably one of our best stats so far for the series. If we keep it positive like that, we probably could.
Ishrat was good behind the stumps as well today as a
Yeah.
wicket keeper.
Yeah, he did well.
Got a run out
Yeah,
and
a
couple of
stumping.
initial stumpings as well.
Yeah.
Nicely played with a straight bat.
It's been a long time I haven't played on the turf too. In British Columbia, we play on the Martin,
On mat and AstroTurf,
and
right?
for years
Yeah.
and many years. So when I came here, playing on the turf was a bit of a surprise or something new.
Yeah.
You
Oh.
see?
A misfield from Australia. This could be another boundary. We'll wait and watch. And yes, it is. A rare slip up here by the fielder, Peter O'Reilly. Maybe signs of some tired legs from the innings that he played in the morning. A reminder to our viewers that this is an over 60s age tournament. So kudos to the gentleman out there
Oh yeah,
in the middle.
lots of sore legs and everything, pull muscles and stiffness going on throughout in the entire teams, right?
That's correct. I think you guys have played a lot of games in the last 1 week, I
Yeah,
believe.
it's a lot of games. I'm pretty stiff myself.
And that 245 overs. It's not
It's
T20s.
not easy. And if when you're playing against Australia, you do a lot of running because they don't give up their wickets so easily. So you
Once again, driven down the ground by Ishrat. A full toss. Played a nice straight drive. Maybe on another outfield, this could have been 4, but this is slightly heavy.
pretty
The ball
heavy.
stopping before the boundary. A good over there for Canada.
Very
2
good
overs,
over.
13 for no loss. A couple of boundaries in this over for Ishrat.
Yeah. 2 good shots.
So, Stanley, tell us a bit about yourself. So, I believe you are from the Caribbean side.
I'm from the Caribbean. Yeah. I'm from
So-
Dominica.
From Dominica. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, Dominica.
So, did you grow up playing cricket there?
Yes, I did. I grew up playing cricket all my life, as far as I can remember. My dad was a good cricketer. My mom is a big supporter of cricket. Sometimes she calls me and say, "What happened to West Indies?" She gets really upset. So most of my family, play cricket.
Interesting. As we see Stewart coming back from the far end, Irfan on strike. Some attacking fields out here set for this. For Stewart on this side. We have a silly mid-off. And that's cut away over short third man. Good start here for Canada.
Very good start. That was a good shot too. It was a deliberate.
Sorry? No, that's fine.
It was a deliberate shot over the slips.
Yeah, it was short and wide
Yeah.
and played it over the slip cordon.
Yeah. Very good shot.
Good start here for Canada, Stanley.
Very good start. As I said, this is our best start against
Yeah.
against the Aussies.
17 for no loss.
Yes. Wide.
Down the leg side, wide called by the umpire.
And the Aussies have been playing for a long time too, so the bowlers are a bit stiff as well.
Yes, I think it was Stuart Ridge who actually bowled a 9-over spell the
Yes.
other day against England.
Yes.
9 overs on the trot.
Yes.
So commendable for this age.
Yes. Absolutely.
Trying to tuck it around the corner on the leg side, hitting the pads. Lots of encouragement for the batsman from the Canadian camp behind us.
Lots of encouragement. It's a very good start for us.
Canada 18 for no loss. Irfan and Ishrat. Nicely defended again.
I would like to take that opportunity to say hi to everyone in BC, my family there, and those in Trinidad and Dominica, and all over the world that watching us.
Stewart once again. I think this is good bowling out here by Stewart from this end. He's not giving anything away. No loose balls.
Very tight and straight on the stump.
Yeah, this is a strategy that we saw in the previous game as well. Australia having close-in fielders right in the eye line of the batsman. Once again.
Very nice and straight.
But this is good batting out here by Irfan as well. He's supporting the aggressive batsman on the other end.
Yes, very good batting.
I think
Very
they
good
have to
batting.
kind of adopt the strategy
Yeah.
of holding one end up and attacking from the other.
Attacking from the other and just playing straight down the line too, because the seamer is bowling pretty straight, and if you go across the line, then the LBW is in play
That's correct.
and leading edge too into the slips. So he's playing really well. I would like to say hi to my friends in Florida, and they are listening, texting me and telling me what's going on.
Yep, this broadcast is being live. As we see a bowling change, interesting. The captain bringing himself on. Slow right arm off spin from the pavilion end. Maybe he's trying to slow things up a bit. and
Yes,
see
because
if he
because
can-
that happened to us in our first inning, right?
That's right.
They noticed what happened, and so they bring in the spin right away.
Yep, an interesting field as well. They have a long on in place. We have Peter O'Reilly right next to us. The captain Archie actually bowled a really good spell once again against England as well. In
Yes,
the
he
previous
did.
game, he picked up a couple of crucial wickets.
Yes, it did.
Let's see if he tosses it up. First delivery,
Oh.
left all alone.
That one was
And we have the wind picking up as well, Stanley, now.
This is the first time for the day. The wind is picking up. So we might see some magic here.
Shot, tried to pull it away, could not find the gap. Ishrat facing the off spinner, Peter Dudridge, popularly known as Archie.
Yeah.
The Australian skipper. Shot once again, pulled on the onside this time. Oh, an excellent fielding in the infield.
Yeah, he did not get a hold of this one. It was pretty short. And
Nice to see these young men throwing themselves around, Stanley.
oh, yeah. At the end of the tournament, we're going to soak up in some salt water.
Peter once again bowling to Ishrat. And cut away this time. Should be an easy single unless they look for the second, which they are.
Very
Good running out here.
Very good running. Excellent running.
Excellent running. I think this was something that we saw in the first innings as well.
Yes.
A lot of the Australians converting ones into twos.
Into twos, yes. And it's good to see us, emulating that, because it's part of the game if we want to win and to win by a margin, because we have to win at least within 30 overs to get into the finals. That's a nice little shot again.
Once again, the same area.
Yeah.
Let's see if he looks for two again. Sent back by his partner. Wise call.
Yeah.
Was a risky run. I think kudos to the fitness as well for Ishrat, who kept wickets for 45 overs and then opening the batting.
This is amazing,
Yep. I think it's never easy keeping wickets and then opening the batting right
No,
after the
it's,
break.
it's not. It doesn't really happen in international cricket that much.
Absolutely.
It doesn't happen. I think once in a while Adam Gilchrist would have done it for Australia, especially in the limited overs. But it's not something that really
That's correct.
people do, because it's a lot of bending and moving and so on. It's hard.
And the news from the other side of the ground is that England won by 8 wickets.
Yeah.
71 for 2 in 17.4 overs.
Yes. It's amazing. England first game against Canada, they bundled us out for just around the same score, and they're a very good side.
Yeah, I think both England and Australia have
Yes,
shown
yes,
that
Yes.
they are a professional unit.
Yes. We have a lot to learn from them.
That's correct.
Yeah. We have a lot to learn from them.
So USA technically knocked out of the tournament.
Yes.
We'll wait and watch what happens here.
What happened here? Yeah.
Canada, though, have to be scoring these runs really quickly
That's what I mean, for us to stay in there.
to stay in the tournament.
Yeah. We have to score it really quickly. We started well. Let's see how it goes.
22 for no loss. Oh, that's beautifully bowled.
Beautiful ball. Move on the seam.
As we see the replay coming up on screen. Stuart Ridge bowling to Irfan, beating the outside edge.
Beating the
Now
outside
we are
edge.
back live.
Again.
Once again,
Good ball. Moving away.
he's getting the ball to move a lot.
Yeah, moving away. Pitching on the middle stamp and just moving away past the outside edge. Good take by the keeper.
Canada 22 for no loss. This is the 5th over in operation. Irfan and Ishrat, the openers. Stifled appeal for LBW. Probably missing leg stump. As we see Stewart coming in to bowl to Irfan. Nicely played. I think Irfan is doing it well here. He's supporting his partner, who's
He's
the aggressor.
Yeah, he's supporting really well. And they are two really good batsmen.
Using all their experience.
Yes. And in the trials, that Irfan batted really, really well. Good batting.
Nicely played once again.
Straight down the line.
That's the end of the over. Canada 22 for the loss of no wickets. 5 overs gone. Would be interesting to see how Ishrat goes from this end against the off spinner.
Yeah. He likes the pull shot though. So anything short, I think he's going to hit it over mid wicket, or someone get back with a square. He likes the pull shot.
It's interesting. The Aussies have left that area open,
To tempt
which
him.
suggests that they are trying to loop it up and maybe
Yes,
bowl
tempt
it
him.
fuller,
Yeah.
unless he plays the slog sweep.
Yes.
Lots of fielders in the ring for Australia.
You're not going to see that reverse sweep from him.
The modern day T20
Yeah.
innovative shots
Yeah,
you're suggesting?
Yeah, you're not going to see that right there.
Peter Dudridge, the captain of Australia, bowling to Irfan, who plays it down the ground. I think this is a great field out here.
Yes.
They recognize that they might look for the single in the in front of the stumps, and they've positioned a man
Yeah.
to stop that single.
Yeah, to block it.
It's kind of an in and out field.
Yes, it is.
That's nicely bowled once again.
And he's keeping on outside of line.
I think it's kind of a game of attrition now, looking at who will blink first.
Yes. Oh.
Appeal for LBW, probably outside the line
It's going,
or going down the leg
going
side.
down the leg side. Yeah.
As we see the replay coming up. Yeah, probably missing leg for sure. Tossed up once
Oh, this
again
time he gets
and
it,
hit on the onside.
And
And that's probably the first 6 of the innings.
it looked like a 4. 6. 6 signal by the umpire.
Definitely a
It
poor
looked like
delivery,
it looked
a
like
full
a 4
toss.
to me. So he reverses decision from 6 to now 4.
So the fielder signaling.
Well, we're having a little bit of a delay there to decide. Yeah, 4.
I think it crossed the line. The umpire signaling 4.
It's 4. Yeah. That was a good shot. It was a 4.
But score was showing 28, right? He signaled 6 first and then
And this time for he reversed his decision. So he's 4.
end of the over. A good one for Canada.
Very good one.
Ishrat batting on 22. We still have to get confirmation from the scorers whether that was 6 or 4. At the moment it stands at 6.
It's
They
4.
changed it to 4, I
4,
believe.
Yeah, it was 4. Yeah. Add to -2. we minus in. We need some addition now.
All right, we have Ishrat now on strike to Stuart Ridge from the other end. Here's Stuart. Oh, that's beautifully bowled and nicely played as well.
Yes. The condition has changed.
Ishrat
In-
looking good out here.
Yep.
He's middling the ball well.
Very well. He just wants to stay on the front foot against this bowler there because he's bowling straight and he doesn't want to go back too much.
That's beautifully bowled once again.
Yes.
I think Stewart has been very, very consistent on that particular length. He's
Yes.
not letting the batsman get away with coming on the front foot.
No.
Even in the previous game against England, I saw him bowl and he was
He was
Right on the
really
money.
Good. Yeah, right on the money. Right on the money. Bustling and running really. Ooh.
tried to cut it away, inside edge. Lucky that did not go onto the stumps.
Yes. Inside edge.
I think it's that kind of length where you're not able to get on the front foot or not you're able to go back. So
Yes,
they
and
have
the
to
ball-
kind of play with a straighter bat.
A straight bat, and the ball is not really rising too much. It keeps low when it's short.
Once again, played on the offside. Nice fielding there. The Aussies are giving it their all on the field.
Yes. Very good unit. Very experienced players. They told us that they played so much cricket recently, so they all really putting up their skills together. Slower one.
That's nicely bowled. Good variation in pace.
Nice slower one outside the off stump.
Tossed it up outside the off stump, looking for the edge.
Yes. Almost like an off break bowler like.
Yeah. This is good thinking bowling out here.
Yes, very good.
Would be interesting to see Ishrat if he's looking out for a big one now, or will he play him out? Good batting out here by Ishrat.
Good batting, good ball to coming in from outside the off stump.
That's the end of the over, a maiden over as well.
Very good.
27 for no loss.
Yes, we haven't seen a maiden over for a long time. Very good bowling by Stewart. Very good support from his field too. Nice field placing. Very fit guys.
I think we might see a bowling change from this end as well. The experiment with Peter probably lasted 2 overs.
Yes. Most of the runs scored on Peter.
I think they recognize that Ishrat is liking the ball
Yes.
nice and slow on this side.
Yes.
This really looks good, man. Good job, better than Cricket Canada.
We see Rex Bennett from the pavilion end.
Yes.
It's getting a little dark out here, Stanley.
It's getting dark again. Suddenly.
I hope that the rain stays out though.
Yes, this time it's looking really damp now. I don't know what's happening. In BC we don't have that type of weather, especially in Victoria, you know. It's pretty
Well,
nice down
the
there.
forecast looks cloudy, but no chance
No
of
chance
rain
of
yet.
rain. Yeah, so that's good. The wind is building.
Yeah,
So
but
the-
it's very windy and kind of chilly as well today.
Yes, and with the little wind, the spin bowlers will get a little bit of purchase and drift.
That's right.
So our batsmen has to have to be reminded of that and play straight, follow the line of the ball.
All right, here's Rex coming in to bowl to Irfan. Nicely played. Good start here for Rex as well.
Very good start, right on target. It's really getting dark now.
It is. I wonder if there's a rule for bad light in this tournament. Like the good old days of Test cricket where the batsman could call for bad light.
Yes, I remember those days. I remember those days.
Yeah.
Now it's changed. The umpire is the one making that final decision.
I don't think Canada would want to do that though. They're
No, no,
chasing
no.
today.
No,
They would want to
just-
win this game. It's not a test match. As a reminder to our viewers, it's 45 overs.
Yes. There is points and there is
They're not playing for the end of day.
no.
Here comes Rex once again. Oh,
a
that's
lovely
beautifully
shot.
driven by Irfan. Unfortunately, straight to the fielder. Could not pierce the gap. But that nevertheless a good shot.
A very good shot. A nice fielding there. Very, very nice fielding. But it's an excellent shot.
A reminder to our viewers that this is the Canada Cup Four Nations Tournament over 60s. These pictures are live from the Maple Leaf Cricket Ground at King
That's another
City.
good
Once
shot
again,
straight to the fieldsman, same shot. This time he was down on his knees, driving that one.
yeah, I think probably Irfan might be a little disappointed. He did not find the gap
Find the gap.
on
just
those two occasions, but timed it really well.
Very well. First shot, he stood up straight, and the second one, he was down on his knees. All went to the same fieldsman, all along the ground.
Rex to Irfan once again.
And that's
Nicely
another
played down the
nice
ground.
played again.
So Irfan
Nice
is
play.
timing the ball well, but
Very good timing.
just not able to pierce the gap.
Yes.
Remember, this is a must-win game for Canada.
Yes.
It's kind of become a literal semi-final of sorts.
It is.
Now that England has made it to the finals tomorrow.
Yes, it is. It is.
Once again, full straight to the fielder.
It's on either side of the wicket. The cover drive went straight to the man that covers, and then the on drive straight to the man on the onside. So
Yeah, I think we just need to hope that Ishrat on the other end is not getting frustrated
I know.
because he's been kept off strike for a while.
Yes.
Once again,
Wow. He
nicely
just
played
need to
straight
angle
to
it
the
a little
fielder.
bit in that gap. Just a little bit of
Yeah.
just angle it slightly and get a single or two, because if he angle it right in the middle, he probably could get 2 runs too,
That's right.
because he's hitting it firm enough.
Or he could have taken a chance and maybe played it over the top
Over the top, yes.
because that was a half volley.
That was a half volley, yeah.
Lots of seagulls in the ground today, giving you a feel of Australia.
Yes.
Aussies feeling at home.
And this, like they say, this is the English condition, right?
Yeah, I was just speaking to Smith from the Australian team a while back
Yeah.
in their innings, and he hails from South Australia.
Okay.
And you generally see a lot of seagulls at the Adelaide Oval.
Yes, I remember seeing that in Test cricket. Some of these shots.
Hitting the seagulls
Yeah,
as
I
well.
know.
All right, we have Ishrat back on strike, 28 for no loss after 8 overs. There was another maiden over, the previous one.
Yes.
Stuart Ridge to Ishrat, who tries to cut it in between the keeper and the slip. Are they looking for
should
2?
take
They are.
They should take 2, yeah. Very good run in there.
Ooh, oops. That was close.
Wow, what happened there? Did he just stop?
I think probably he got stuck up in the middle of the pitch
Yes.
for some reason.
Something happened.
It looked like he was on course.
Yes, it looked like he was right there, and then something happened and he stopped.
Oops. As we
What
see the
happened in the
replay. Yeah, I think that was lucky.
Yeah, very lucky. Okay.
The Australian fielders trying to check with the umpire whether that was really close. Remember,
Because
these umpires don't have the benefit of replays.
No.
They are using their naked eye to make decisions.
Yes,
So we'll have to cut them some slack.
we have to depend on their decision and be kind to them.
Here comes Stewart once again. Ball into Ishrat, who plays it on the onside, no run.
Is it drizzling?
As we see a few raindrops.
Oh.
Nicely played by Ishrat. Could not find the gap though.
The last 3 overs, the runs is
Give me a minute because Akshay said, yeah, we had lunch already. Okay. He said you might have the presentation. Oh, yeah. If not, I'll come. No worries.
you can take this one, yeah.
Stewart once again bowling to Ishrat. Oh, that's beautifully bowled. Outside off stump.
Moving away. That's the drift we're talking about.
You see a few raindrops here, Stanley.
Yes, I could feel it.
Let's hope that it keeps the. Let's hope that it's kept away and we see a full game.
Yes. That's a
Nicely
nice
played on
shot.
the offside.
Should be two. Should be two. Should be two.
Easy 2.
Yeah.
Are they looking for 3? No, they
No,
aren't.
they won't. They won't.
Yeah, I think signs of tired legs.
Yes. That's what happened when you play back.
To be honest, Ishrat was the wicket keeper as well, kept for 45 overs. So I think
Yes.
that makes a lot of difference as well.
Yes. And he's a very determined player too. He has a lot of courage.
Good shot though, finding the gap.
Yes.
Stewart back. Oh, that's nicely played. Is that a catch? Oh, and they
Oh, he
take
caught
it
on the second attempt.
on the second attempt. Good catch there by
Whoa,
Australia.
It was a short ball.
Ishrat
And-
was looking so good there.
Yes.
Got a bit of a top edge.
Yes, it almost looked like it surprised him too. It almost
think
looked like it
slightly late on the
surprised him.
ball,
He was slightly
Stanley.
late on the ball, and again, the pace, the lack of pace, right, on the wicket, the lack of pace.
Yeah, I think it kind of got the top edge. It just
Yes.
sat up.
Yes, it just sat up. You see, like he's
Yeah,
replaying
he's-
the shot. He was looking for it to come a little faster on him, and he was slow.
So Canada losing their first wicket. पुल मार रहे थे लेग साइड पे कैच हो Canada losing their first wicket. The new batsman Navaraj making his way on the middle, onto the middle. And that was also the end of the over. 9 overs done, 32 for 1.
Yes,
Rex back from the pavilion end.
there is no pace on the wicket, so the batsmen, when they go for the pull shot, they go in much faster than the ball reaching to them.
Who took 6 wickets? Oh, Deakin again. We just told that Phil Deakin, the left arm bowler. I'm okay, ma'am, now. I'm okay. Oh, I'll come and take it. Yeah, I'll come. Nicely played on the onside. Want to come now or after one? Okay, you come over. You can do it with Stanley for a while.
Okay.
Did you eat lunch? Yeah. Go, come in.
Yeah. So here we go. Comes in and bowls, and again it goes for the on drive, and misfielding there. They get one. That's all they will get. Full ball on the pads, and he just played nicely on the onside. It's 34 for 1 now. Canada batting. Comes in again and ball, and that's a good ball. On the middle stamp, straight. Yeah, right. Ryandra is our main man right now, and good. So right now in the commentary booth end, we have our main man, Ravendra Mahandral, to continue the commentary. I'm just there supporting.
Yeah, Ravindra Butterlal. Thank you very much, Stanley. Paul,
You're welcome.
yeah, had a good day for cricket, but it's a good contest in the middle between Australia and Canada. 232 on the board, and it was doing commentary on the other match
Yes, yes. and-
between England and USA. USA all out for 70,
yes.
and England in reply got there, only losing 2 wickets.
Only losing 2 wickets.
It was like a one-sided affair there, but
Yes.
this looks like a more promising.
Similar to what England did to Canada in our first match.
Yeah, exactly. And again, the man responsible for the destruction, Phil Deakin picking up 6 wickets on this occasion in the match against Canada. Had 5 wickets. So his
Yeah,
second
5
5
against.
wicket haul in the
Yes,
tournament.
yes, yes.
6 for 8 from 8.4 overs.
That is fantastic.
Mesmerized them.
Yes, that is fantastic. That is fantastic bowling. He bowled really well against Canada as well. I'm not too sure how he did when he played against Australia, but against Canada and America, he really bowled really well. Very good bowling average.
Well, he's been superb form for his team, England. Well, they reel off a 8-wicket win.
Yes.
So still, the scenarios is open for
The
3 teams. If Canada can record a win here, 3 teams will have 2 wins.
2 wins. Yes.
So we might have some scenarios there going in who will go through to the final.
Yes.
For England, they have a better advantage because they would have beaten Canada quite convincingly.
And also,
And today again, England won big
yes,
against USA by 8 wickets.
by 8 wickets. So they're basically a very strong team. Both England and Australia are very 2 good teams, and America and Canada has a lot to learn from them. They
Yeah,
play
well,
pretty
you need to go back to the drawing boards and
Yes.
try to see what went wrong and try
Yes.
to learn as much as possible from the opposition because they have been very, very efficient in every department of the game. And his bowl,
It is,
his
yes.
off stump is rock back here. Navaraj, yes, and Stroot Rich. So Australia picking up the second wicket. Good delivery,
That was a very
good
good
delivery there
delivery.
from Ridge.
Yes, he's very consistent. He's bowling really well. He's on the wicket, and that was a good ball.
Yeah, right on target. And
Never,
Stroot Rich.
never looked like he just stood up there trying to cut it on the stamp, and instead of going straight down the line and playing it in front of him, he looked for the cut shot. And here is the skipper, Mukesh is coming in, is our main batter. And let us see how he goes about it. But we had a good start, and then suddenly 2 quick wickets.
Yeah, well, the Australian
happens.
fighting back.
Yeah. So let's see what happened here.
Well, a lot will depend on the captain now, Mukesh Narula. He's in good form.
He's in
That's
good
a good
form.
thing about him, and
Yeah.
he's coming in. Yes, they in a reasonable good position. A big target ahead, 232 from 45 overs.
Yes.
But the onus is on him now
Yes.
to come to the party, to come to the fore,
Yes.
and to come big here if Canada can bounce back
Yes. He got
in this
he got
tournament. Because a
magnificent-
defeat will certainly eliminate them
Yes.
from the tournament.
That is
They will
it.
play the third place game against USA.
Yes.
In terms of the scenarios, USA, no way in equation.
Yes.
Canada win here, well, then we will have to go back to points. Net run rate will be factoring and that sort of thing.
Yes.
A win here for Australia, oh, goodbye.
Goodbye.
We
to
see
Canada.
Australia and England in the final tomorrow, Danville Park in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada.
Yes.
Now at King City,
Yes.
they're providing the right impetus, Australia, because they got the 232. Very, very formidable total.
Very formidable.
And the good thing about Canada, Paul, is that about Australia, every time they bat force, they're able to produce a good total.
Yeah.
232, they didn't get the bat force against USC. USA batted force and made 154. England batted force, they made 156. So now they get to showcase their batting talent.
Yes. And every game they played against Canada, and that was a good shot. It was a full toss. And Mukesh just stand and delivered.
Well, he will have to deliver today if
Yeah.
Canada can come, because he will be the most intimidating batsman against the Australian bowlers
Yes, he is.
because of his form, his experience.
He scored a magnificent 100 against them.
126 not out at
120,
Danville Park
yes,
in that
it
three-match
was-
series.
It was filled with a lot of good shots.
Surprisingly, he went into vain because he didn't able to bring home victory.
Yeah. But he's a class bat. Plays really well. Straight. He plays straight, which is good. He hardly cross at all. He usually play the ball to its merit,
Yeah,
and
well,
that is a sign of a good batsman.
yeah. 11 gone, 40 for 2. Canada looking for 232. But Mukesh Narulo, in that series, in that preceding 3-match series, 84 in the first innings, then to follow up with an unbeaten, magnificent 126
Beautiful. Yeah.
in a losing cause. The third match at Niagara Fall, Niagara Grung, he didn't play,
He didn't play.
picked up an injury.
Yes.
But as you rightly said, that when he's batting, showing good temperament, good technique.
Good technique. Yeah. Plays straight.
But
And the way,
now the occupation is more important here.
Yeah.
Batting at number 4 is a pivotal position for a batsman.
especially there's so many overs left.
You're thinking about 45 overs, at least bat out the 45 overs, because I think Paul Bradley, the manager of England team, was on the commentary with me against USA and said USA at least tried to bat out the 45 overs. So they were all out in the 29th over for
Wow.
70.
Yes.
So they had 15.2 overs to bat.
Yes.
Yeah, beat outside the line of
Not
the
a
off
good
stump. Good
shot.
start there from Rex
Outside the
Bennett.
off stump, and the intent wasn't there. He's just dabbing it, just pushing his bat. An outside edge could have easily been found. So he has to bat straight. He has to go down the line. Don't go back and looking for that cut shot.
Irfan Khan is showed a lot of good temperament yesterday
Nice shot.
against USA.
He batted well yesterday again. Was it
Yes,
Tuesday?
scored 17, contributed something, and that chasing target on Tuesday at
Tuesday.
Danville Park.
Yes.
Different conditions, different surface,
Yes.
different opposition.
That's a good shot too. That's a beautiful shot. It might go all the way. It will not go into the boundary. Long chase. They run 2 already. Are they looking for the third? No. It was a beautiful straight drive past the bowler.
Yeah,
Very
excellent
good
shot there from
all on
him.
the ground.
Nice shot, confident shot, good
Confident shot.
presentation of the bat.
Yes. And
Found
that,
the gap to perfection.
yeah.
Heavy outfield,
Heavy outfield.
not much power in the shot. So
It was just sheer timing.
exactly.
A little bit of Lawrence Rule. Just nice timing. Nice touch. Another good shot again, and this time it might go. Same thing, it's going. Will it go? Yes, it's 4 runs. That's a beautiful shot. Same shot, you see, up and down, just plain straight.
Yes,
Not
a
going
good shot
across the
there
line.
from Irfan Khan. In identical fashion, coming
Yes.
on the front foot,
Coming on the front foot
yeah,
and showing the full
right
face
into the
of the
meat
bat.
of the bat.
Yes, beautiful
Made good
shot.
connection
Yes,
and able to get a boundary. So that will do a world of good for his
that will be
confidence.
a lot of good for him and good for Canada. We need that.
Approaching the
beautiful
half
shots.
century. And certainly if these two batsmen, they are in good form. Mukesh Narula, the captain, a lot will depend on them
Yeah.
to establish a partnership here.
And that's a good play. See, he's moving on the front foot and playing it nicely in front of him.
12 gone, 46 for 2. Canada, they're looking for 232 from 45 overs. Here at the King City facility, day number 3 in this Cricket Canada Master Council tournament. 4 teams in participation: England, USA, Canada.
Ready, yeah? You ready?
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
So it's a good contest so far. Canada replying to USA 232, probably a competitive total. more thoughts from Stanley Paul, and then we're gonna have Vinu
Yep. Thank you
Gopal
very
Rajpal
much.
back in the commentary. Until
My
then,
sting has
my
come
name is
to an
Ravindra
end,
Mandala saying
and I will
goodbye.
hand it over to.
Thank you, Ravindra. And as we see,
Yeah, I can take. Okay.
Canada doing well here off late. Beautifully defended by the captain Mukesh.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Stretching
Great.
forward off the front foot.
We need him to get going there.
Couple of really nice drives, smooth drives there in the
Really
previous
good
over.
drives, yeah, very good drives. Straight down the line.
Nicely played, looking for the single.
That ball pitch on the middle stump, just drifting out on the leg side, and he just played nicely.
As we see Stewart coming in to bowl to Mukesh. Cuts it
That's
away,
a
beautifully
beautiful
played.
shot. Will it go for 4? Yes, it does. That was a beautiful shot.
Nicely played by the Canadian captain.
Went back on the back foot and found the gap.
As we see the replay coming up on screen. Excellent use of the feet. And finding the gap on the
Found
offside.
the gap on the offside, all the way to defense. 4 runs. He has been playing that shot really well.
And he's in
Brilliant,
great form as well. I
he's in
believe
great
last week he got 100 as well.
Yeah, he got 100 not out, and he did got an 80 plus too.
Oh, that's a
another
lovely shot once
shot.
again. Good attempt in the field to save a boundary, probably a half stop.
A half stop. But that's what you get when you have determination, you know. Threw his body away and stopping what would possibly be 2 or 3 runs. Only get 1.
End of the over, 13 overs done, 51 for 2 Canada. In pursuit of 233.
And that's the most runs I think we have gotten so far in 13 overs.
Yeah,
We
2
have
boundaries
almost
in the
doubled
over.
our score in this time, 13 overs.
That's correct. Lots of chat around the bowler. Rex Bennett from the pavilion end. Captain Mukesh Narula taking strike.
First game have been completed and all the players are around, all gathered around and watching this beautiful contest between Australia and England. It's a nice day for cricket. Been damp and dark, and there was a little bit of sunshine for a brief period, and then a little bit of rain probably for a brief period. So we have experienced all the weather pattern here
Oh, yes.
in Toronto.
Nicely bowled, nicely played as well by Mukesh.
That
Right
was
behind it.
Right on target, almost a Yorker length like.
Well, as they popularly say in the city of Melbourne, you see all 4 seasons in one day.
All one
So
day,
you have run, you have
Yes.
rain, you have sunshine,
Yes,
you have wind.
yes, happens here today too.
Yeah, Toronto weather can be a bit tricky at times as well.
Yes, and we had some wind too.
That's correct. Oh, that's
That's
beautifully
another
played by
beautiful
Mukesh. Could not find the gap though, but a nice looking drive. Mukesh is looking in great touch.
He has been for the entire season. He has been
Yeah, nicely coming onto the front foot.
beautifully played, showing the face of the bat.
That cut shot in the last over was sublime.
Was very good, and he's not trying to overhit the ball too.
Yeah, just timing it.
Just the timing. And that's another
Beautifully played
beautiful
on the
shot.
offside. This time finding the gap. As we said, the outfield is a little heavy.
It's very heavy.
The ball
he-
not traveling that much today.
He has a very high backlift too. It reminds me of Lara, you know, like one right, one left, but he has that high backlift. So when he comes down on the ball,
A
it's
lot of momentum on
lots
the
of
ball.
yes, it's beautifully played. Yes, and he's tall, so he got that nice follow through with the shot.
That's correct. Rex bowling to Irfan. Nicely bowled, and Irfan has been solid as well from one end.
Yes, and both of them, they batted pretty straight, and on some, I think they have the same type of touch too.
That's correct.
Beautiful, you know, they're not trying to overhit the ball.
Yeah, I think both are touch.
Huh?
Both are touch players.
Yes, that's what I noticed there. They're not overhitting the ball. You see what I mean? You just need to find the gap a little bit in the middle there, but very nice touch. He's not trying to overhit the ball.
That's what you gain with experience.
Yes. Well, these
think-
guys have been playing for
For
a long time.
at least 4 decades. Beautifully
Beautiful
played
shot.
on
That's
the
the gap.
onside.
That's the gap.
What a
That's the gap.
terrific shot there.
And that might go. That might. It will go. It will go. It will go. That's a beautiful. That's a beautiful shot. Nice attempt.
A great
Nice
attempt on the
attempt.
boundary line by Elliott.
But that was a beautiful on drive for 4.
Excellent shot
Yes.
and excellent attempt as well. Great cricket all around.
This is the timing we're talking about.
As
Not
you see
trying
on
to-
the replay, brilliant attempt by Elliott
Yes.
as well.
Yes. He's not trying to overhit the ball. He's just placing it nicely. The previous ball was straight to the fieldsman, and then this one was between mid on
And mid-wicket.
and mid wicket in between the 4 runs. Nice
Absolutely.
touch.
I think brilliant cricket all around. I
Brilliant
think
cricket all around.
great to see such touch and timing from the batsman,
Yes.
and great to see such commitment and effort from the
and
fielders.
effort, yes.
Once again, reminding our viewers, these are players who are above the age of 60. I think they're giving it their all on the field. I'm sure the viewers watching may not even realize how old these guys are, but they're looking like young men on
They
the
look
field.
like young men, yeah. The fitness level, and it's beautiful.
It's commendable, and it's great pleasure watching these guys fight it out in the middle.
It's beautiful.
That's what sport can teach you, right?
Yeah, man. Fitness and courage and all that good stuff. Want to say hi to those in the Caribbean, Dominica, British Columbia, America, Florida,
We have a bowling change here, Stanley.
and that's a short ball.
Paul coming from the far end.
And want to say hi to those in Dubai. Hope you guys are enjoying the commentary, watching the game.
Beautifully played once again by
On target
Mukesh.
this time. That was a good ball. That was a good ball. Mukesh played with a lot of good temperament. Outside the off stump, and Mukesh just put his foot across and allows it to go to the wicket keeper who takes it nice. It's Paul again.
Canada's 56 for the loss of 2 wickets. This is the 15th over.
And again, ooh.
A close shout out here.
What?
We might see the replay to determine whether it was outside the line of off stump.
And he was stretching way down the line too,
I think probably that's what
Preventing-
saved him.
preventing the ball from turning in.
As you can see from the replay, Mukesh coming
Yes, way down the line. So that's good.
Well forward.
Well forward.
But you know what, Stanley? We are actually living in times where there's DRS,
Yes.
and we see a lot of umpires giving these out.
I know.
Fortunate that we don't have the replays
We don't
for
have
the
the replay,
umpires to take it upstairs.
Yes. So my sting is over, and I will.
Well, thank you, Stanley, for coming in the commentary box. Appreciate all your comments and your insights on the game. This
Thank
was Stanley from Team Canada, who opened the bowling today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
And I'm joined by Ravindra, my co-commentator from the other side, who just covered the England game. As we see another boundary scored by Canada. Ravindra, welcome.
Thank you very much, Vinu. And certainly,
You're seeing a
was
good fight today by Canada.
Yeah, well, before I come to Canada, was already at the office between USA and England. But Canada, they're making steady progress in this reply of 232.
That's correct. 15 over 60 for 2 here. I think
But,
this is
USA.
a steady start here for Canada, I must say.
Yeah, steady start. This is a start you want to, build early momentum to the reply. Yes, 232, maybe a competitive total in the context of things. Australia, yeah, they are unbeaten, so they have got that impetus when it comes to winning. And no doubt they will want to make a clean sweep in this 3-match series in terms of the participation. But yes, a little bit of reflection on the USA-England game. And the USA batsmen, they were just mesmerized, Vinu, by the left-arm
By Phil
orthodox
Deakin?
spinner, Phil Deakin.
Yeah.
6 wickets for 8 runs from 8.4 overs.
Another
Was
reminder
just
to the
phenomenal.
viewers
He was
that he also had a 5-wicket haul in the game against Canada.
Yeah, his second 5-wicket haul in 3 matches. So he's having a terrific time in North America.
All right, we'll just take a quick short 2-minute break while the players are coming back on the field.
Music.
Welcome back, and thank you to all our sponsors. As I'm joined back with my co-commentator Ravindra, this is Venu this side, Venu Rajgopalan. Just a reminder to our viewers, Ravindra, what happened in the morning session. Australia over 60s 232 for 6. They started off really well. Lost an early wicket, but Peter O'Reilly and Peter Jansen scored 78 and 77 each.
Well, that's important for Canada, for Australia that they had some big impact with the bat. Good contribution from Peter O'Reilly, as expected. Came to the fore again, making a healthy contribution, 78, supported well by Peter Jensen with 77.
That's right. And I think another thing to note is the way Canada came back in the game, Ravindra, as well, because at one stage they were 172 for 1. They were on course to at least get 250 or 260. Canada pulled it back thanks to a great spell of bowling by Krishna Ramnaresh. 9
He's
overs,
always at the
25 for
ball.
2.
Always making a contribution with the ball. Krishna Ramnaresh, the off spinner. But I mean, Australia with the early momentum, and good to know Canada capitalize on home advantage and able to restrict them to 232. As you are right saying that probably they were targeting 250 and they were on course to get there. But a good comeback by Canada with the ball, and they're staging a comeback with the bat as well here, despite losing 2 quick wickets. Australia, well, they have got some momentum. They have got a good total on the board.
Here comes Rex Bennett, continuing after the break to Irfan, who's played really, really well till now. Good fielding again. Australia throwing themselves around in the field. Irfan and Mukesh Narula in the middle for Canada. I think, as we have always spoken over these last few games, this is the critical stage of the game when there's a break and the batsmen have to kind of refocus and concentrate. In the air, and as we were speaking, Ravindra, the exact same thing happened. We were talking about the batsman losing focus and concentration after a break. We see Irfan trying to play it on the onside, getting a leading edge, and an easy cotton ball chance for Rex.
Yes. Just looking to turn it off the front foot, a leading edge. And unfortunately for Irfan Khan, straight back to the bowler. No mistake by the man in operation, Rex Bennett. But they will definitely love it. Love to see 3 wickets back in the pavilion there for Canada. And Irfan Khan was looking solid as a rock in the middle.
I think he played some
looking to make
delightful
a good
drives.
contribution. But then all of a sudden, departed. He perished in that shot.
I think probably this was the first time he was looking to play it on the onside across the line. Till now, he was playing all these balls straight.
Probably trying to get a bit too innovative there, Irfan Khan. Probably to keep the board ticking. But Rex Bennett, yes, he definitely will cherish it. And Australia find himself in a better position now, picking up 3 wickets. Yes, we can see Vinu, the wall of the batting is still there.
Yes, lot relies on these two in the middle. Mukesh Narula, the captain, and the vice captain now joining him, Farooq Kirmani. Here comes Rex to Farooq. Loud appeal. Looked pretty close. We'll figure out when we see the replay. Very, very loud appeal there. A bit of nerves in the middle for Farooq. First ball. As we see Bennett bowling to Farooq. Probably missing leg. What do you reckon, Ravindra?
Yeah, just drifting down leg there.
Yeah.
Luckily for him, not coming across too far, Farooq Karmani. And as you rightly said, Vinu, some tension, some nerve. His team now in a spot of bother. A 60 for 3.
Nicely driven down the ground by Farooq this time. This is a good spell of bowling here by Rex.
Yes, conceded only 16 runs in his 5th over. And with a wicket, now Rex Bennett certainly got more inspiration, more encouragement. No doubt he would like to carry on.
Farouk facing Rex. Full toss played on the offside, probably missed out.
Well, these are the kind of deliveries that you want to capitalize on, especially yet off the mark. I was talking to Paul Bradley, the English manager, when USA, when they were batting. They were struggling, they were tottering at 50 for 5, and Peter Jones with 2 ducks in the tournament. So he had to try to avoid a 3rd duck for USC. So we can understand the tension, his team wobbling, and he came off his mark. Only added 1 though. So it's important you come off your mark as quickly as possible. Help with your confidence and help with your moment as well.
That's right. As the great Sunil Gavaskar says, no matter how big a batsman you are, it's always the first run that kind of releases a lot of tension and pressure. Always good to get off the mark. Mukesh, and as you see the worm chart, which is interesting, Canada started off really well, but have kind of peed off in the last few overs.
Too much encouragement for them. It started to go downward back and started off well.
Nicely played by Mukesh. Cut away on the offside. This could be another boundary, and it is. So Mukesh, the captain, fighting it out in the middle, leading from the front. As you see the replay, Ravindra.
A short ball outside the line of the off stump. Made good connection. Found the gap to perfection, and it raced across this outfield here at King City. He's a man. He's a key here for Canada if they can get to 233.
Left alone. I think the one thing that he's done really well here, Ravindra, is that, he's been solid in defense. But if he's got a loose delivery, he's not let it go.
Yeah, that's most of the time I've seen him. He always calculated. Very, very selective with his shots. And he's taking great responsibility at the crease. He values his wicket.
Once again, solid in defense.
Looking so neat and tidy, like a top-class batsman. Yes, in this category, over 60, he's one. I can say he's among the legends when it comes to over 60 cricket. Peter O'Reilly is definitely Vinu, I can say, leading the pack. He has been consistent, and he's having a dream time in Canada.
Full toss, played on the
Australia.
offside. Fancy footwork here by the fielder at mid-off. Just to remind our viewers, Mukesh Narula hails from India. He is also an ex-Canadian national coach. And notable names that he has coached in India are the Pandya brothers, Hardik and Krunal Pandya, who are playing for the Indian team these days.
So no doubt about his talent.
Lots of
coming
experience.
from a rich cricketing nation, India, producing some of the greats like Sachin Tendulkar, Kapil Dev, Sunil Gavaskar, and we have one in contemporary cricket,
Virat Kohli.
Well, he's a
Lots
bright
of
talent,
noise.
Mukesh Narula. Yes, he's in his 6th and doing coaching jobs to some of the bright prospects of India, the Pandya brothers, as you rightly pointed out, Vinu.
I think the Aussie boys are making a lot of noise in the middle. They can sense that they have to break this partnership. Once again, Mukesh solid in defense.
Very hard to get past this man here. Mukesh Narula, 66 for 3, 17 overs have been completed, and they target 233. Interesting to know if the emerging victorious in Canada, they will put things into scenarios because 3 teams, yes, we'll have to eliminate USA from the equation, but 3 teams with 2 wins and a defeat.
That's
So
correct.
Canada maybe can claw their way back and place themselves in the final. It's an enormous task for them, but Yes, we never know.
Yes, I
Mukesh
think
can be
it's a
come
tall
very
ask.
flamboyant now and bring it home with 50, 60 deliveries to spare.
That's correct. It's a tall ask for sure, Ravindra, but nevertheless, it's possible. It's not improbable. As we see Farouk's taking strike to Rex. Nicely driven on the offside. Farouk was really good on the field today, Ravindra, in the first innings. He got a couple of, he got a run out as well as another one which was pretty close as well. So he was lightning quick in the field. A great arm. I think he might take some confidence that from that fielding effort. His team definitely needs him to be there. Nicely played.
Important that you can continue with that confidence in the field into the batting. And as a vice captain, yes, responsibility on your shoulder as well. Coming in with your team not in a solid position, but at least he can try to form a partnership here with his captain. Once Mukesh Narula occupies the crease for another 10 15 overs,
Played down the leg side. Should be an easy couple.
this passage of play is very crucial for Canada if they could come back real big in this game. These two men, captain and vice captain, Mukesh Narula and Farooq Karmani respectively, once they can handle it, yes, the Australians will want to continue to take wickets at regular intervals.
Does it beat the infield? No. They steal a single. It would be interesting to see, Ravindra, when does Australia introduce spin again? They tried it with their captain, bowling an over in between, but they switched back to pace. Would be interesting to see how long would they continue with medium pace and when would they introduce spin. Remember, they have to play a final tomorrow. They are pretty much well and truly in the finals as of now, is what I'll assume.
Yes, well, I think Captain Peter Durrich continues to rely on the Pacers to do the job.
Oh, beautifully bowled.
He himself, he said, had a brief stint with his off spin. Not much options in the spinning department. Paul Clark has been a medium pacer. Maybe he can turn to David Smith himself. And no doubt I could tell you, Vinu, some of these players, like the England team, would have used that match after they took the initiative as a part of the preparation, whether if they progress to the final or not. They just capitalized on the opportunity.
Nicely played once
They
again.
rotated the bowlers after that destructive spell by
Phil Deacon.
yeah, wonderful. He has definitely made headlines. 18 gone, 69 for 3.
69 for 3. If they could get to 120, 130 in 30 overs, that could make things interesting.
Very much. I agree with you there, Vinu. 130 in 2025 overs, you're saying?
30 overs.
In 30 overs, yes, it's going to be because they will have wickets in hand. This partnership is vitally important if they can able to get to that 232, 233 from 45 overs. They don't need to lose wicket on a regular intervals, and especially with the price wicket of Mukesh Narula. The Australians know the threat he can pose here.
As we see a lot of seagulls on the field today. Looks like a nice day for them to come out and enjoy some cricket.
Oh, they are enjoying the on-field action as well, because they're very much thick in the middle and overcast condition. Well, they are enjoying it. The Eagles,
Yeah, I was talking to Stanley a while back and nicely played. We were talking about how we used to see a lot of seagulls at the Adelaide Oval in Australia, and they used to play down under.
Well, you've
Lots
seen
of
eagles around the world. Any eagles in India grounds? I can remember I was in the Caribbean doing
well,
coverage there. I
India
see
is not
eagles.
is
I'm in
not the
Florida.
right is not the right climate for seagulls, I can assure you. But yeah, we do see a lot of other birds. See a lot of crows there in India.
Crows there in India. Well, the World Cup for the over 60 men coming up in Chennai late February into early March. These teams will be in action there, joining up the host country, India, South Africa, New Zealand, Zimbabwe, Wales.
As we see a beautiful straight drive there by Farooq Kirmani. An excellent shot down the ground. Looking for 3, sent back by Mukesh. Probably could have been 3.
Yes, I think he took off very quickly there, Farooq Karmani. Good placement, not enough power on the shot to reach the boundary, but immediately took off and was sprinting away for the second. Interested in the third, but little bit of hesitation there from Narula. But a comfortable two.
Once again, nicely played. You were talking about the over 60s World Cup next year in Chennai, Ravindra. Let me assure you, I know Chennai really well. There's only 3 climates in Chennai: hot, hotter, and hottest.
Wow.
So you could expect a lot of energy being burnt and calories being burned for these men. Nicely played, straight to the man. The humidity there, humidity is like killing. It's almost 80 to 90% all the time.
Wow. It'll be extremely hot there. No, hopefully conducive for cricket.
Yeah, I think we can expect some good cricket for sure. We'll have some good batting wickets in India. And the ball might turn a lot as well. Given the subcontinent conditions, February would be towards the end of the cricketing season for India. So you could expect a lot of cracks in the wicket. A typical day 5 test match pitch, probably.
Yes. Very like as a bowler, you would like to bowl on those pitches. As you rightly said, they can be early cracks. So they could get the purchase, they could get it gripped, they could get it bunks and turns.
As we saw,
But I'd
wide
love to
being
see
called.
Sachin Tendulkar scoring 100 in India.
Oh, well, the bad news is he's not above 60 yet, Ravindra. He's just turned 50 this year, FYI.
He's far away from 60.
Oh, yes. Oh, that took off. Just took off from a length.
A good curry there from Paul Clark. 19 gone, 72 for 3. Canada responding to Australia 232 from 45 overs. And then tomorrow things are set to conclude at the Danville Park in Mississauga with the grand finale and the third place playoff. Still to decide the 2 top teams. And that is interesting, Vinu, that you're coming down to the wires of the preliminary stage. And still, we haven't got the 2 finalists.
That's correct. I think England for sure.
Very competitive.
Yeah, are in a good position because of the way that they have closed in the game early. But you never know. It's a funny old game. Canada still in the hunt.
So a lot will depend on the man in the middle there. Mukesh Narula, 19 from 27 deliveries. Farooq Karmani, since joining him, looking positive, compact, picking up the singles. The running has been good. So as Vinu rightly said, that a lot will depend on these two to really carry on.
Lovely shot down the ground. Beautifully played. Excellent timing out here. And it reaches the boundary. Good effort at the boundary line. I hope the fielder hasn't done any damage. Put in the dive at the last moment, but could not save the boundary. Greg, the fielder. But the timing on that one was superlative.
Excellent shot there from Narula. He continues to look really admirable at the crease. Full flow of the bat, good presentation, and it was straight. Always going to be a tussle for the man going to his left. Greg hoisted and diving in vain.
Greg was stationed at wide long on, had to chase the ball down from wide long on towards the middle of the field. But that was a beautiful cricketing shot.
Exactly, from there from Narula. Well, he has been in superb form. Getting to that 100, 126 not out against the same Australians. In that proceedings, 3-match bilateral series, Canada lost all 3 matches, but they had some outstanding individual performances led by this man himself, Mukesh Narula. 84 in the first match, a brilliant unbeaten 126 in the second match.
That's a full toss played on the onside this time. Could be another boundary, and it is.
Just inside the boundary. Just inside the boundary. Oh,
It's
in
called
fact,
for
4
by
runs.
the fielder.
And that one creeping over the square leg boundary. Nevertheless, picked up 4 more runs. Good fluent shot there from Captain Mukesh Narula.
Yeah, I think I was talking to Stanley a while back, Ravindra. I think it's a tricky outfield. It's a little heavy in some places. You never know whether the ball will reach.
Well, overcast condition, overnight precipitation may have contributed to that. Left a dumpy outfield because the match across the other pitch at King City this morning was very, very slow. Few batsmen would have punched the ball down through extra cover. One time we start thinking it was 4, but then just slowed up, just held up. But quite understandable. Heavy outfield, lush green. Good comeback there from Rex Bennett.
Yes, this has been a good over for Canada so far, but Rex came back well this time. 81 for 3. The last ball of the 20th over coming up. I think another 50 or 60 runs by these two might put some pressure on Australia.
Absolutely. Partnership, very, very important here. Mukesh Narula playing everything on the merit at the moment. And he's in good company with Farouk Karmani. 20 gone, 81 for 3. And the magic figure is 233 from 45 overs in the third and final preliminary match of this over 60 45 over tournament under the auspices of Cricket Canada Master Council. Things got underway last Monday, continuing Tuesday. The players had a break yesterday, and then today they resume with another doubleheader. England already wrapping up victory against USA by an emphatic 8-wicket margin. Well, Australia and Canada engage in a tussle at the moment. They made 232, and Canada, the home team, in response, 81 for 3 after 20. But it's still Australia way, I could suggest, Vinu.
Yeah, I think had Canada reached 100, that would have been, putting a bit more pressure on Australia. I think they lost some momentum in the middle. They started off really well, though.
It's almost like a run a ball more, 150 from 152 balls. 7 wickets in hand. And importantly for Canada, they've got the big fish out there.
That's right.
Mukesh
Narula.
Narula.
As we see Paul bowling to Farouk Kirmani from the far end. Nicely played.
And Vinu, I could tell you that Mukesh, Farouk Karmani, looking like he understands his role that he has to play here. he will have to be supportive once Mukesh Narula can take up the responsibility.
Hitting the stumps on the other side. Played it way too straight. Yeah, I think you're right, Ravindra, but I also feel that they would probably have to find a way to rotate strike, something that the Australian batsmen did really well. They were moving the strike around a lot and not allowing the bowlers to bowl at one single batsman all the time. I think that is something which I would love to see more from Canada. Just find the gaps more.
Yes, and they were able to score 232. So it was a key element in their batting to rotate the strikes, keep taking the board, picking up the odd boundaries, capitalizing on the bad balls. And I think it's a competitive total 232, thanks mainly to Peter O'Reilly, 78, Peter Jensen with 77. So they had two good scorers.
This time on the offside, looking for two. Should be an easy two for Canada.
So
Farouk.
good batting here from Farouk Kormani.
Found the gap nicely there.
In over number 21, yes, if they can reach, these two can bat until the 30th over. They will definitely give the Australian plenty to think about, because they will not only try to defend, they will try to get a partnership. They'll try to get a breakthrough. 21 gone, 83 for 3. And I think you can agree with my assertion at this point of the game that a partnership here is absolutely massive for them.
That's right. I think that is something which we saw from the Australians in the first innings. The man in front of us, Peter O'Reilly, getting 78. And the other Peter Jensen, getting 77.
And
I think
any
Peter
contribution
is...
from Peter Durrich, the other Peter in the team? 83 for 3, over number 21 completed. So no contribution there from Peter Durrich.
Yes, I think he came in at a phase wherein Canada staged a comeback. I think the Canadian spinners and the medium pacers pulled it back in the middle of the innings. I think it's safe to say, Ravindra, that if you wake up Peter O'Reilly in the middle of the night and ask him to bat, he would still come up and score a 50.
Yes, he's having
He's
a
in
dream
such
run
form.
in the North America. Based on some personal conversation with Peter O'Reilly after scoring back-to-back 50s in the bilateral series, I had to ask him about his preparation for the Tour of Canada, knowing that he will be playing for his country in back-to-back tournaments. Yes, he put in tremendous amount of work before landed in Canada in every aspect of his batting. So I can understand his success now. 5 50s in a row.
It's all about preparation, as they say.
Incredible.
Here comes Rex to Mukesh. Left alone, called a wide. Rex not really happy with the call this time.
And another point that I want to make, Vinu, that 21 overs have been completed in this second innings. And with overcast condition, have we may experience an interruption here with a no result, or Duckworth-Lewis system has to be applied. Australia may be in a better position. So
yeah,
England,
in terms of run rate, yes, definitely.
So England will, so Canada will hope for no intervention. Australia don't mind.
Yep, I don't think they'll mind if they get to go home early as well.
It's cloudy. It's very, very ominous here
And as you were speaking, Ravindra, we do have a forecast for light rain, which might start in about 10 to 15 minutes. Let's hope that it's kept out and we see a full game. It would be a shame to lose overs or have a truncated game. Right now, things are set up pretty nicely.
Yeah, City 4 for 3 in over number 22.
Beautifully played once again. What a cover drive out here by Mukesh Narula. 2 runs, as we spoke about the heavy outfield some time back. Another day, another ground, that might have been 4.
He still continues to bat well here. Mukesh Narula has got 29 from 37 deliveries. A lot will depend on him. If he's going to take his team home, if he's going to bring his team back in contention for a spot in the final tomorrow at Danville Park. What about the weather for tomorrow?
I think tomorrow
Vinu?
seems to be
Seems
okay
like
for
a
now.
meteorologist.
Well, as of now, it shows it's going to be cloudy tomorrow as well, but it's in the high 20s, 26 degrees. Hopefully, we should have a full game.
Rex Bennett in his it and possibly his penultimate over.
I think it's commendable for Rex Bennett to bowl an 8-over spell without break.
22 gone, 86 for 3.
We are living in an era, Ravindra, where we have 4-over spells in T20 cricket. So it's really commendable to see these men bowling long spells in the middle. Remember, this is an over 60s tournament.
Well, I was surprised to see Rex Bennett and Stuart Ridge, these guys starting the bowling. Got the new ball. And they're bowling 6-7 overs on the trot. And you're saying is over 60 cricketers, these old warriors in action. But again, it speaks about their preparation. Always bringing a great amount of dynamism into the game. Enthusiasm as well. The Australians, plenty of energy. And the good thing, Vinu, about these kind of cricketers, because they are highly motivated, they have that energetic approach to their game. They're coming out and bowled 8 straight overs.
Paul in his 5th over. Once again, cut away by Mukesh. Beautifully played on the offside. Another boundary out here.
It was short. Plenty of room for him on the back foot. And cracked it through extra cover for 4. Paul Clark, a bit slow ball, a bit short. Enough time there for Mukesh Narula. And another 4 for him. This is good batting. Terrific timing. The placement was excellent. And the result is good for Canada. 91 for 3.
Nicely played on the offside for another single. This is good batting out here by Mukesh. And I must say, he's actually maintained a pretty steady strike rate as well today, Ravindra. 34 from 40 deliveries.
Yeah, that I think is excellent. And he's batting with a lot of responsibility as well. Coming in with his team, losing their 2nd wicket. Chasing a reasonably good total because coming in and chase 150, 160. Less pressure, obviously. Mukesh looks very prepared mentally as well to take up the challenge. And you're coming up against an opposition, a dominating proceeding since the commencement of the tournament, and even beaten them in that bilateral 3-match series, 3-0.
Right. I think Australia have been unbeaten till now.
And they're having the team and Peter O'Reilly having a wonderful time in North America.
Here comes. Oops, I think that probably is a nick. Farouk Kirmani trying to cut the ball late. Paul enticing him to play that late cut. And an excellent catch by the wicketkeeper standing up to the stumps. There we see.
Yes, Kormani has become another victim here. Big blow for Canada because he was looking good. He was looking to gather a good partnership with his captain. Looking in that direction of backward point. The outside edge is found. No mistake from Orlando. And Paul Clark got the breakthrough. 94 for 4 in 23 overs. And the venue, from a Canadian perspective, hope this is not a turning point.
Yes, the good thing is Mukesh is still there, but he needs support. He needs people at the other end to stay there and also score a few runs along with him. Right now, he's the Lone Ranger.
Yeah, well, he's capable of scoring a century here today. And the way he's manipulating things out there for his team, he can get there. I don't think three-figure mark is anything difficult for Mukesh. He likes the bat, and once he can make a contribution, a big one here today, no doubt he can marshal his team. The new batsman, Garvin Buru, comes to the crease. His team in a spot of border here at 94 for 4. Over number 23 in progress here at the King City facility. Still with this overcast condition. Very grey sky. He's coming forward, right forward. Garvin Buru. So good afternoon to you in Winnipeg, in British Columbia, Nova Scotia, and across the length and breadth in the Caribbean. All those people in Trinidad and Tobago, in Ontario province here as well. Canada are doing so well at the moment. A defeat will definitely eliminate them from this competition because the two top teams will advance to the final tomorrow to be played at the Danville Park in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The action is unfolding at the King City facility. The other participating teams, USA and England today. England surged to 8-wicket victory. Rex Bennett to continue here for Australia in his ninth and final over. Conceded 30 runs and snapped up a wicket. Nicely driven again there by Narula. Man in that area, protection there, but just to the wide of him in that cover region. Important for Canada that their captain can anchor as long as possible. Definitely will score runs once he's in the middle. Narula. $95 for 4 in over number 24. And very, very threatening condition for more rain. The target 233 from the allotted 45 overs. And a winner for Australia, well, they will confront England in the final. That promised to be a cracker. The Danville Park, the action is set to bowl off at 10 a.m. local time here in Canada. Garvin Bodu jet off the mark after facing up 3 deliveries. Right on target here, Rex Bennett. He has been very impressive. 9 overs in succession. A lot depended on him. And he's producing the stuff here for his team, Australia. They are holding the advantage still with 138 runs required in 21.2 overs. Bennett continues to make an impression with the ball. Picking up a wicket at a crucial juncture. Not yielding much boundaries as well. He has been steady, impressive, and with a good economy rate. Straight to the mound bit off there from Gavin Budu. He will remain on. Not 24 gone. Canada, they're looking for 233 from 45 overs, 95 for 4.
Uh,
95 for 4, 24 overs gone. Canada looking for 232. As I welcome back and say good afternoon to Vinu. Well, Rich, Elliott, Rich, Bennett, and Clark, they are making an impression with the ball.
Thanks, Ravindra. Yes, good for Canada that Rex finished out his 9 overs. He bowled a beautiful spell and got the important wicket of Irfan when he was looking set. Stuart Ridge, the star of the bowlers till now, 7 overs, 19 for 2. Peter Dudridge and Grant Elliott did not bowl much after those initial couple of overs. Paul Clark looking good as well. He got the important wicket of Kirmani in the previous over. And Canada would be relying heavily on their captain in the middle, Mukesh. Tries to sweep it down the leg side, called a wide. As Canada
97 for the
approach
loss of 4.
their 100-run mark.
Paul Clark, he's been steady. 1 for 26 in his 6th over. And Gavin Budu is yet off the mark. Struggling a bit here at this stage of his game. Yes, wickets fell quite frequently for his team Canada in response to that 233 set by the visitors. Australia.
Kervin on strike to Paul. Cut away this time, and this should be a welcome boundary for Canada and also brings up the 100. Canada 101 for 4. Short and wide. Garvin getting a lot of bat on it.
And he opened his account with a boundary. Confident stroke outside the line of the off stump. And
I think,
through the-
Ravindra, probably this was something that Farouk was trying in the previous over and he got out, unfortunately.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate. To the same bowler, Paul Clark.
Once again, cut away.
Pick up another single there, Gavin Budu. So started to pick up a little bit more momentum in his batting, especially with that boundary. A well calculated shot.
That single brings Mukesh back on strike. Once again, nicely behind the ball.
We can still say Vinu competition very much hot between these two Two
Yes,
teams.
I think Canada is doing really well in terms of not throwing in the towel. They're really focused on seeing how far they go here. Putting up a good fight.
Yeah, they need to carry on, especially with the presence of their captain Mukesh Narula. Don't think he will try to do anything extraordinary, too adventurous at this point of the game. So the approach is quite good for him and his team because they need him to be there as long as possible.
This time Gavin on the offside. Straight through extra cover. Gets an easy couple of runs.
Yeah, nice flowing shot there from Gavin Buru. 25 gone, 105 for 4. And he's started to be a bit more confident. There's an elegant stroke out toward extra cover.
Yeah, this is good news for Canada.
Definitely. And Gavin Buru and Mukesh Narula were the batsmen at the crease when victory was achieved against USA with 35 not out and 18 respectively. Engage in an unbroken 65-run partnership. No doubt these two looking to continue from where they left off in this crucial fixture against Australia. And the end of Bennett, we're going to see a change in bowling. Look like Richard Johnston.
Yes, this would make things interesting. Spin being introduced from this end. Would be interesting to see Mukesh's approach against the spinner.
Yes, it's going to be a different approach to his batting. Slow bowler, play the pace well.
In Australia, wary of the threat that Mukesh imposes. They have a lot of men patrolling the boundary. They have a long off, a long on, deep square leg. Interestingly, they have kept mid-wicket open. Probably they want him to go across the line.
Under 5 for 4, Richard Johnston with his very first ball of this innings. Left arm orthodox spinner. Maybe a good start for him. Just on target there, outside the line of the off stump.
Johnston to Narula.
Really outside the line of the off stump. Mukesh probably thinking about a wide because I know he's a batsman, not reluctant to use his feet. He would have come down there for sure.
As we see
But-
we see Peter O'Reilly moving a little wider at long on.
It's a good start here for Richard Johnston in his very first over in operation from the southern side of the ground.
Slight mistiming. Four dot balls out here.
Right on target this time again for Johnston, making Narula coming forward. Bat and putt close together. Good technique, good defense. And again, another piece of good positivity in his batting.
And he starts off with a maiden.
Yeah, encouragement for him. Right on target. But I think, as I said before the start of this over, we know that interesting to see Mukesh Narula approach to the spinner. He has been there for a while, 49 deliveries so far spanning this innings. He's got 36, so he got some runs under his belt.
Yes, I think it's pivotal that these two stay for another 5 to 7 overs at least to start off with.
Absolutely. He's a key man there. And Gavin Buru, based on his last match batting presentation, he can also play a good role here.
As we
He
see
just needs to occupy the crease and be supportive to Narula. Once he can bat there as long as possible. 19 overs to get 100 to go, 128 runs to
at
get.
6.7 and over. I think that's the critical element out here.
Exactly, and with the required run rate of 6.74, quite challenging, but
Yes.
the Canadians no doubt will want to continue in the same positive way. The
Yes.
Australians, well, they feel they will need to take more wickets at a rapid pace.
Nicely played once again by Gavin Budu, and Peter O'Reilly just cuts it off on the boundary line. There was a change at this end as well. Ken McGrogan, who has replaced Paul. I think it's important for Canada to capitalize on this bowling change. Nicely played once again by Gavin. This probably could be another boundary, and it is. That's a lovely shot through the offside.
Yes, a good timing, well struck, and importantly, he found the gap to precision. Peter O'Reilly running to his right, he was sprinting like Usain Bolt, the fastest man on earth. He couldn't get there, and but well played there from Gavin Budu. Yes,
I
and you
think-
said Durbridge, the captain of Australia, trying to utilize all his bowling option, but this one is not working too much for him. It has been very, very productive so far. And Vinu, this is, as you rightly said, a need to capitalize here. But the Australians, they have something to think about now.
Yes, I really like the approach of Gavin Budu here. I think he has definitely added some momentum to the innings and impetus from one side. He's batting on 15 of 13 deliveries over a runner ball. Once again, beautifully played on the onside. Would be a single this time.
And this kind of positivity can break the momentum by the bowling attack. Yes, Paul Clark and Bennett were doing the job pretty well. Then they had a change of bowling. Yes, he started off nicely, Richard Johnston.
Oh, that was a little lucky there for Mukesh. It's moving towards the boundary line. May not reach the fence, but an easy 2.
He's got some bunks here, some curry. They popped up there.
As you see the replay coming up. Outside the line of off stump, getting the top handle of the bat. Shoulder of the bat.
Luckily, there was no slips in place.
This is
And I
turning out to be a
think
great over for Canada, Ravi. This is 11 runs already of 5 deliveries.
So this is a very, very productive over for Canada. They will like to see many more of these.
And that makes it 12 off the over. This is a great over for Canada.
Not a good start there for Ken McGurgan. 27 gone, 117 for 4, 116 required from 18 overs. And hopefully we can have an exciting finish.
Yes, that over meant that the asking rate came down from 6.7 to 6.4. I think a couple of more overs like this can make the game interesting.
Yes, so Peter Durbridge, the captain of Australia, may think that McGrogan just a little bit erratic in that force over. Maybe try him 1 or 2 more overs and see if he can able to peg back things here. But Canada will continue to bank their hopes very, very high on this man in pitcher, Mukesh Narula, the captain himself. Finding the gap on the offside protection in that area. And Richard Johnston conceding his first run.
Yes, I was about to say that the first run scored of Johnston from this end.
Well, he
It-
started off with a maiden.
Interesting to see how Gavin Budu approaches this one. Once again, nicely played on the offside. Probably looking for two, and Garvin is pretty quick. Good running out here from Canada. Very positive cricket.
Excellent batting there from Gavin Buru. He's on with business here. Came out already 18 runs from 15 deliveries. Looks like he want to get on with thing here, Vinu, and I think that is the right approach, especially chasing a respectable total of 233 in 45 overs.
That's right, Ravindra. I think
Yeah, this is excellent batting. Down the track, creating a full toss. Made good connection and another single.
yes, I think a partner like Gavin is a blessing for Mukesh, who was looking for some runs at the other end as well. He wasn't getting any support earlier. I think now he's looking to open up a bit as well. Oh, that was close.
Yeah, very tentative there from Mukesh Narola. Outside the line of the off stump, Richard Johnston getting some bonks. He may be encouraged by that, maybe inspired.
Nicely
Right on
played.
target.
Yes, I
So
think
I
Kanti Patel during Canada's innings, or bowling rather, was also getting some help from the wicket. Unfortunately, could not capitalize and get too many wickets today. He was the man of the match in the previous game, remember?
Yeah, 4 for 25.
Down the ground, played beautifully through the offside by Mukesh. Would wait and watch if it reaches the boundary. Probably doesn't. Are they looking for three here? Excellent running by the captain here. 3 runs on the offside. Lovely use of the feet. Played it through the extra cover region.
28 gone, 124 for 4. So good batting here by these two. Reaching to it, placing it nicely. And he picked up 3 vital runs here for Canada. Good batting again here for Mukesh Narula. He's approaching another half century. And this is going to be an important knock for him.
Yes,
If he
43
can
of
able to
55.
really put up a show in the batting department for his team. Gavin Boudou has been very, very supportive at the other end. 109 from 17 overs. The next 7 overs, maybe we might see the direction of the game once these two can hold up. And especially with the warm chart, things start to be back in Canada's favor. Need to keep it smooth, need to keep it straight. And Ken Mogragan will continue. Medium pace.
Looking for a single, sent back. The partnership already reaching 30.
Oh, it started to be very, very promising. Potentially, they can get it up big there.
Nicely played once again by Mukesh. I think we can see the runs are coming to, flow a little freely now. Maybe another big over might change things up a bit.
Well, I need that, but they're batting sensibly. That's important. Yes, they're picking up the singles or in the boundaries. It's just a matter of some stability in the batting, not getting too pegged down, not trying to do anything extraordinary. But the Australians are fighting. It's just a matter of getting or scoring more freely. They may be a bit satisfied with how things are going so far. A water break is looming. They will have a talk, no doubt. Peter Dutteridge, the captain of Australia. Okay, another 1 or 2 more wickets can really put ourselves back in a very good position. That may be the thought of Peter Dutteridge, the captain of Australia. But these two batsmen, once they can capitalize from this partnership that is looking very, very attractive at the moment.
Yes, that's right, Ravi. I think Garvin has looked very, very positive. As you can see from his score, 21 of 20 deliveries. He's really provided some impetus to the innings.
29 gone, 127 for 4.
Just
And
one
they,
more.
they
one-
too might have a good talk at the water break once there is no separation in this over. Okay, we have got a foundation now that we need to build on. Probably 100 runs from 15 overs, which you do the equation, 90 balls, 100 runs, 6 wickets in hand.
That's correct. I
We
think
still don't need to think about the acceleration as yet, probably in the last 6-7 overs.
that's right. I think another 10 overs with this pair might make things really interesting for Canada.
Exactly, another 10 overs, which is going to take them to 39 overs. But the important thing for them is to occupy the crease. Yes, Captain Peter Dutteridge will continue to rely on a spinning option that he has now with Richard Johnston.
Yes, this is supposedly the last over before the water break. As you can see the partnership stats on the screen, 33 of 37 deliveries, Mukesh contributing 10, Garvin 21. So this is great batting in pair.
Johnston to continue. And he started off with a wide.
Called a wide down the leg side.
Steady stuff by these two teams, Australia and Canada. They would have met in that pre-match bilateral series, and Australia dominating proceedings, 3-0.
See a few droplets of rain. Hope that it's just a passing shower. I think it's important for Mukesh and Garvin to be there at the water break and not lose a wicket now.
I don't think they will be thinking about losing a wicket, even though they could just capitalize on a single one. Good running, good communication by these two. So they will have 15 overs to think about once there is no interruption of rain.
Yes, I think this game is setting up nicely now for a finish. If we have these two, like we said, for the next 10 overs, we might see a good contest.
Definitely, I know the fans will want that kind of thrill. Reaching to it, Gavin Bodu. Yes, no reluctance to use his feet, and started to experience more drizzle.
Yes, hopefully it should go away and we see a full game. Nicely played by Gavin. This is intelligent cricket out here, not taking undue risks, understanding that there is a water break around the corner and they can regroup and decide the next steps together.
And the water break is after this delivery, so it's right into their face. No need to really do anything rational at the moment. Forward he comes, Gavin Bodu. Yes, and the water card is here.
Nicely played.
Tortigon, 129 for 4. Mukesh Narula, he's on 45. Gavin Bodu, 21. The Australians will need 6 wickets if they can stay unbeaten in this tournament. 4 Nation over 60, 45 over tournament under the auspices of Cricket Canada Master Council. Viru, the final thoughts and proceedings, and then we'll take a break and come back and
Absolutely.
result.
I'm loving the way this game is being set up nicely for an exciting finish. And I think if you are a viewer watching this live on YouTube, don't go anywhere.
We are up for a great finish. We'll be right back after a short break.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome back here at King City. Plenty of action is highly anticipated for the final 15 overs. Canada continue to put up a fight against Australia, who made 232 in the 45 overs, 129 for 4. And we just had the start of over number 31. Mukesh Narula, he has been standing tall and large here for Canada, 46 from 61. Taking care of the responsibility in leading this effort thus far. Australia, well, they've got 4 wickets. They're looking for 6 more, showing a lot of enthusiasm as well to get there and to complete the task. Still in the overcast condition. Might have an interruption, how things are forecast. We're just hoping it will be fine for the rest of the day. 14.3 overs to go, 103 runs. to get Canada, but Australia needs 6 wickets. As I say, welcome back and good afternoon to Vinu Raj Gopalan. Good afternoon.
Thank
Had a
you,
good break?
Ravindra.
Water break?
Good afternoon. And yeah, we see the rain getting a little heavier. Oh, that's an appeal for LBW. Turned down.
There was a loud shout.
Yeah, this is not looking good, Ravindra. The rain is getting a little more heavy. As we see the LBW shout. Oh, that was pretty close, though.
Yeah, probably just outside the line of the off stump. Coming right across. Garvin Budu.
No.
Yeah, nicely guide on toward back third man. Cut across there, limiting them to just a single. A good start here for the Canadians at the resumption of play of that water break. And the rain is down now, Vinu. Might have the covers on.
Yes, I think it'll be interesting to see when the umpires decide to call the ground staff. We see a lot of the guys moving indoors now.
Not too heavy, but they might force.
But steady enough to make the umpires consider.
Yeah, definitely might force them to call on the covers.
Yeah, it might be interesting to see where do Canada stand in the Duckworth-Lewis table at the moment.
Well, that could come into play now. The Australian might feel a bit tension here because once that come in, with 3 teams, if Canada coming out victorious, 3 teams, 2 wins and a defeat. So we just need 2 finalists for tomorrow. Well, USA, the other participating team, they have been already in no contention because they suffered 3 defeats. England, well, of course, they already with 2 wins and 1 defeat. But a good thing we know for England, their 2 wins are very, very huge.
Emphatic wins.
Absolutely. So they maybe have a better net run rate.
That's correct.
Which will be factoring very massively if we come to that scenarios where we'll have to decide the 2 outcome.
Yes,
teams.
I agree, Ravindra. And I think probably, I just feel that irrespective of that scenario, Canada should just play normal cricket and try to win the game. I think net run rate is something which is not really in their control at this moment. Probably they should just go for the win.
What about if with the overcast condition and he's making a serious threat here, the rain, we can start to see some fireworks from these 2 batsmen, start to
yes.
change up gear and say, okay, let's score as quickly as possible so we can put ourselves in a better position. Have we got an interruption?
I agree with you, Ravindra, but also, if you remember, Duckworth-Lewis is a kind of a double-edged sword. Yes, you may want to score quickly, but in the pursuit of that, if you lose a wicket, that changes the scenario once again. Because the more wickets you lose, the more beneficial it is for the bowling side. Although it's always good for a side to be batting second when it's a scenario like this with Duckworth-Lewis coming into picture, because you exactly know what you need to achieve, where you stand. However, it can be tricky as well because 1 wicket can change the entire scenario.
131 for 4 over number 32. Canada, they're looking for 233 from the allotment of 45 overs. So anything is possible now.
Yes, and I think that's why, Ravindra, I believe Canada should just focus on playing normal cricket, play as if they are playing the entire 45 overs, and not try anything fancy. You cannot play the weather, you have to play the conditions or the game as is. Nicely played. If you remember, Ravindra, we had an incident in the 2003 World Cup. Mark Boucher from South Africa was batting against Sri Lanka, and there was utter confusion when it came to the Duckworth-Lewis scenario. There was one delivery in which they just needed 1 run to be over the line, to be qualifying. As per the Duckworth-Lewis scenario, he defended the delivery, and they were actually on the scores tied. and then they lost and they were out of the World Cup. So that was a heartbreaking moment for South Africa. The home team, as we see Gavin Budu play it over mid-off for an easy 2. And that's why I'm saying that, right now, Canada should play normal cricket, play as if they're playing the entire 45 overs, because this could play in their minds and, they could do things differently.
135 for 4, over number 32 in progress, 98 from 13.1 overs. So the required run rate has jumped up back.
Oh,
and
that's
it
a
might go
magnificent
straight
shot,
to the
but
man at
straight
long
to the
off.
fielder, Gavin Budu. I thought he timed it really well, but straight into the hands of Greg, who was stationed at long on.
And he's taking, well, Vinu, I could think that he might be thinking that about the acceleration because he's playing in some drizzle.
That's right.
And he's got caught in fire. But a breakthrough here for Australia. They put themselves in a better position now if the rain comes down. 135 for 5, over number 32 completed. And Richard Johnston, the left arm spinner, inviting Buru to come down the track. Came down, look at the fight over long off. Got some elevation, not enough distance. And he paid the price.
Yeah, but nevertheless, Ravindra, I think that was a decent innings by Gavin Budu. He definitely provided a lot of impetus to the innings. I wish he had stayed down for a little more. That would have made the match more interesting. I think it's all up to Mukesh now to take the charge.
Well, he brought some stability to the middle in pursuit of this 233 for victory. Contributed 25. In the context of things, yes, responsible, but then he perished. Looking to go over the top. Not enough elevation, not enough distance. And the result is disaster for Canada. 25 from 32. Simple catch there to Hosted and Richard Johnston.
Yeah, I think
Picking
that
up
was a
the
good
wicket.
catch, considering that there's a slight drizzle. It's never easy when you are fielding with the rain in the picture. It could make the ball slippery as well. So I believe that was a good catch at the boundary line. Right, stationed right at the edge.
Huge task here for the captain. He will have to bat his heart out here today. But
Canada had 136 for 5.
yeah, but I think the Australians don't mind having him there, but taking wickets at the other end is more important for them. Yes, Mukesh, you can bat the 45, but we need 5 more to complete things here and
That's
stay
right.
unbeaten in the tournament and go to the final with a great amount of confidence.
Yeah, I think Eddie is also a decent player, decent batsman, Ravindra. He did well in the first game against England, although Canada did not have enough
Well, I
scores.
surprised Eddie Jayawardena coming at number 7 because he opened the batting. And he showed a lot of technique, a lot of responsibility. His timing was good, but now he comes in at number 7. Yeah, probably Captain Mukesh Narula say, okay, we can rely on you anywhere you bat. But
Wide
this
call.
period of play is going to really test him. Whether he can come to the party, he can come to the fore. Because he has got a man at the other side of the crease who is batting positively. He has got runs, he's approaching a half century. And once he gets there, that could be able to boost his confidence significantly as well. But a good thing for Canada, Vinu, that they started to get 1 and 2 reasonable partnerships. But I think Australia getting the breakthrough at crucial juncture. It started to look solid, and then they break it up.
That's right. Slight misfield out here. And another interesting aspect out here, Ravindra, is that there is now a left-hander and right-hander at the crease, which always is an irritating aspect for the fielding side. You'll have to keep changing field positions all the time. And that means that more energy burnt on the field. So it would be interesting to see how Australia approach this now. And also interesting to see how Mukesh approaches this.
Well, Mukesh, he has been rock solid and he's a right-hander. Jayawardena, the left-handed batsman. Don't know how effective this right and left combination will work.
And that's the 50 up for the Canadian captain, Mukesh Narula. 50 of 65 deliveries, scoring at a very healthy strike rate today.
Yeah, well played again from the captain. Impressive knock. Batted responsibly. Took up the challenge.
That's nicely played once again. Could be another couple of runs, if not more. Eddie is looking to come back for 3. Let's see if Mukesh... No, I think they decide against it. But this is good batting out here by Mukesh. He's not taking any undue risks, playing the ball as it comes.
Yeah, he still continues to bat responsibly here for Canada. 52, 91 from 12.1 overs.
Nicely played once again. Good fielding out there. Greg, who just took a nice catch at the boundary line, stops the ball inside the ring.
33 gone, 143 for 5. And now this is kind of testing here, if you know, kind of tricky. 90 runs from 12 overs. When we translate that 72 deliveries with 5 wickets in hand. It's like an even Steven, and good to know that we are coming down to an exciting end. Might be fireworks, it might be a one-sided affair, it might be very slow. All things are possible.
That's right. I think we have seen a few one-sided games in this tournament, but I think this one is up for an exciting finish.
Well, exciting finish is a demonstration of the competitiveness as well, because scoring 232, and if you can get close there, definitely. Likewise, this morning, USA were bundled out for 70. And then England, in response, got to the total in the 18th over. Like in their first game against Canada, bowling them out for 76 and achieved that target in the 11th over. Today, different condition, different venue. And certainly turning out to be interesting here. Very intriguing indeed. Once there is no interruption, even though the rain came, gone.
It's coming back again as we speak.
It looks like he's coming back again. 144 for 5 over number 34 in progress. 89 from 11.4. 5 wickets standing.
Required rate of 7.63.
Including the wicket of Mukesh Narula.
That's right. I think he had found some really good support in the form of Gavin. Let's see if Eddie can be here with him, supporting him, and take this game deep.
So Eddie must understand his role here. If he can come and bat for another 5 overs or so. Once he understands his role, I think that's more important rather than coming out and play the game.
That's a loud appeal for LBW and given out. Eddie trying to play across the line, and just when we were talking about him being there to support Mukesh Narula, we see a loss of wicket. As we see the replay coming up on screen. Yeah, I think that was pretty much adjacent, plumb in front, playing across the line of the ball, hitting the front pad in front of the wicket.
Yeah, big blow there for Canada. Jayawardena coming right across, struck in front. The appeal went up and it was successful. Australia, well, they continue to take wickets, and they may feel that they are right back into this contest. And again, coming back to the point that I illustrated earlier, that the Australians don't mind having Narula at the other side, but taking wickets frequently on the other side, that's their aim. Picking
That's
up
right.
6 wickets, they go into the tail now. They feel more confident, and still a great challenge for Canada to get 89 runs from 11.3 overs. The onus is on Narula, but maybe a one-man show might not be enough.
Yes, I think it's too much to do for one man. 89 runs to score. He definitely needs more support from the non-striker.
And the man is creating an impression as a left-arm orthodox spinner, because the Australia initially showed a lot of reliability on the pacers. Now Richard Johnston with spin, since he started operation, 2 for 14 in his 5th over.
New batsman Wilson, who bowls off spin, bowled a decent spell out here in the morning.
Wilson Sinath Singh. Well, he's more known for his bowling,
That's correct.
but an opportunity for him to prove his capability, his all-round capability. And Canada need him more there in his career to bat and bat as long as possible in support of his captain.
That's right. Mukesh still out there, which is good news for Canada, but is it too much to do for him alone? Another close shave.
Well, he's not reading it well. End of a successful over from Richard Johnston. 34 gone, 144 for 6. The target 233 from 45 overs, 89 from 11.11 overs. But there's still, Canada can place some confidence on him, Mukesh Narula. But I know that he will need assistance for the next 66 deliveries.
That's right, Ravindra. And I think the required run rate is the key here, 8.09 per over, which is a tall ask given that they only have 4 wickets in hand.
Yes, it keeps elevating. 8.09 now. Require run rate. Let's see how Mukesh Narula going to handle things now. But the Australians know.
Nicely played. Another single.
But this is interesting from Mukesh Narula. He's not afraid to give the other batsmen the strike. He continues to play with his singles, the odd boundaries, the doubles.
Yes, I think he probably has no other choice than to rely on his batsmen to give him support. He cannot do all the scoring himself for sure.
Well, I think he's sharing the responsibility here as well.
That's right.
And it's good to know that your captain can rely on you, can show confidence that, yes, you can come to the party as well. You can help bring us home. You could collaborate in a partnership that can be crucial for the next 4-5 overs.
As we see Wilson taking strike. Peel for LBW, probably missing leg.
It's an interesting shot there because he's coming right across. McGrogan? Yeah, drifting down the leg side. Well called by the umpire there. Rich Kumar. And I think, this is where the captain will have to give his best shot. In this all-important game, it's a must-win situation to qualify for the final tomorrow. So the next 60 deliveries, I have to play the innings of my career for my country, for myself, for my team, and for the cricketing enthusiasts in Canada.
Wilson trying to go for an expansive shot on the offside, not finding the middle of the bat. There's good bowling out here by Australia. Not giving anything away. They've sensed that after the wicket of Garvin Badhu, things have changed. And now they're trying to apply pressure, both in the field as well as with their bowling. They recognize the fact that Mukesh is the key man and they want to keep him off strike.
On the back foot
Peel
there.
for LBW probably was an inside edge.
I think that's the only thing for save him. Right onto the middle of the bat, probably a deflection. Look, he's lucky. Not out, and
That's correct.
yes,
That's the inside edge. Well spotted by the umpire.
not out. 35 gone, 145 for 6, 88 from 10. And Wilson Sinath Singh and Captain Mukesh Narula has got 53. So captain for Australia, Peter Durrich, he has been very, very busy. And he will continue. This was quite predictable with Richard Johnston. 5 overs, conceded 14 runs, picking up 2 wickets. No doubt he will be looking to add more. It's bowling to a batsman who has been in prolific form. 84, 126 not out.
The umpire names? One is Bridge, right?
Yeah, the one is Ashok Bridgekumar, and this one is Rowan Weatherspoon.
You want to mention them as well?
Yes. Richard Johnson to continue, 145 for 6, 88 from 10, Canada.
Mukesh trying to come down the track. Driven down the ground. Could be a chance for a run out of the bowling end. Needed a direct hit.
Yeah, absolutely. And then umpire Rowan Weatherspoon will have to come into duty like his partner, the previous over. Ashok Bridgekumar made some good decision though.
That's right.
And
I mean,
over the course of the tournament, the
it's
umpiring
important
has
to
been-
recognize, Ravindra, that they don't have the luxury of action replays. They have to make decisions with the naked eye.
and not the luxury of technology.
Absolutely. As we see another expansive shot there by Wilson, but not connecting.
Surprising by Wilson Sinath Singh approach here. I was thinking that he's gonna come out and try to hand over the strike to Narula.
This is good bowling out here. Tossing it up, inviting the drive.
Just a nudge somewhere in that extra cover region. Guess he's got the man deep at backward point, and this man at extra cover relatively deep as well. But he's not finding the middle of the bat. But excellent bowling here from Johnston.
Johnston.
Pitching up, bowling to his field.
That's right. These dot balls are definitely not helping Canada.
It's excellent stuff from him. Terrific bowling here from Richard Johnston since his introduction into the attack. In the 6th over, 15 overs, 2 wickets.
I think Canada would have to treat this as a T20 game now if they have to harbor any chances of winning this.
Yes, well, 146 for 6, 36 overs completed, 9 overs to go. When we translate that, we know 54 balls, 87 runs required, 4 wickets standing. All they need to fire in all cylinders now if they're going to surpass that target of 233. 45 overs if they're gonna stop the Australians winning streak. But they will depend massively on their captain, Mukesh Narula. They will have to give it a go. This is his last shot. This is his last string to hold on to come to the fore, to come to the party. Yes, they want to come to Thunder Park tomorrow for the final. But you have got to show up here in the next 9 overs. Australia on the other side, well, we are in a better position. You can see we are very much in ascendancy. 7 from 9 with 4 wickets intact.
And we see a boundary out here of the first ball by Mukesh. A change of bat, maybe change of fortunes as well.
Yeah, definitely. This is the kind of batting you need from him. McGogan straight down the leg side. Full toss, came on the front foot, good connection. And they're picking up 4 runs. So good start for Canada, but poor for Australia. 83 from 8.5 overs. So Mukesh Narula will have to have a go here. We'll have to be a little more improvising, innovative, if he can change up things for Canada. The Australians, no doubt, are eager to pull off things here as quickly as possible.
This time on the offside. Single conceded. Australia would be happy with that to get Mukesh off strike.
The singles would not do the trick here for him unless Wilson can try to hand over back the strike as quickly as possible.
I think
to
it has to be
Mukesh
from
Narula.
both ends, Ravindra. I think Wilson needs to get a move on. 0 of 12 balls is probably not the best output for Canada at this stage.
If 151 for 6, 36, 37 over in progress.
They need to find a way to score from both ends.
Definitely. Need some boundaries as well.
And
Yeah.
Wilson gets off the mark on his 13th delivery. Good result for Canada to get Mukesh back on strike.
As much as he can be on strike, they will need him.
It's a tough ask for Mukesh.
Very, very tough one. Enormous one for him, but he need to accelerate. He need to bring some more aggression in his innings.
This time straight down the ground and over the fielder at mid-on. That was slightly lucky there for Canada.
Yes, he need to take the risk. Mukesh Narula. And as I said, the aggression is needed from him as well. Pitched up right into his arc. Made good connection. Yes, there was some height. A man probably a bit deeper. Might have held on. Nevertheless, 4 runs for Canada. 156 for 6 in over number 37. 77 from the 50 deliveries. So he's still coming down to a tense finish. We're expecting it to be a bit thrilling. Yes, and he's going right out.
Yes, I think we can definitely see a change in approach from Mukesh in this over. He's trying to go for it every delivery.
Yeah, this is excellent button. And he has been there for a while, so I'm thinking that he's seeing the ball as big as a soccer ball.
That's right.
So to speak, is a cricketing terms. Once you occupy the crease for a long time, but you can make 400 and still be deceived by a ball and bowl. The great Brian Lara, he was out for 375.
Wilson trying to go for it as well, misses out. End of the over, 37 overs done, 157 for 6. Canada needs 76 from the last 8 overs to win this game. Would be interesting to see how Mukesh approaches this over.
Yeah, 76 from 8 overs, 48 legitimate deliveries, and they require run rate keeps mounting up here at the King City facility, northbound of Toronto, famous city in Canada. 9.50 but Mukesh Narula, 64 from 76 deliveries. And he's batting well. Good exhibition of batsmanship again from the captain, leading from the front. But to finalize things here is a task. He's coming down the track, making it into a full toss. And again, he's handing over the strike to Wilson.
Yes, he was
But
trying to find the gap there, Ravindra. Either over the mid-off fielder or wide of him. Probably just found the fielder there. I think Wilson needs to
yes, and
hit a few
look at the
lusty
plan
blows
by
out.
Richard Dudderich, just bringing in the man, not allowing a single.
That's right. Wilson manages to get one. Good work there to get his captain back on strike.
He needs to get his captain back on strike as quickly as possible.
That's
On
right.
this occasion, yes, he has found some effectiveness. Picking up that man at backward point was deep and right away.
I think Mukesh is now looking at that gap on the offside. Quick run out here. I think he just made it. That was excellent fielding there at short mid-wicket by McGrogan. Direct hit. Could have been close.
A direct hit, but he just made it home.
Yeah, I think Mukesh was aware of the fact
Just
that
in
the fielder
time.
was.
Save 9.
Once again, Wilson managing to get it past the infield and gets Mukesh back on strike. This is good cricket here by Wilson.
Yes, at least rotating the strike rather than being pegged down.
Yes, he had a hard time when he came into bat. He was not able to get off the mark for a while. But now I think he's found some rhythm to his batting. Mukesh back on strike. Left alone and called wide. These are all useful runs for Canada. Full toss. Hit on the onside. Couple of bounces to the boundary. Mukesh continuing his good form. Stepping down the track, taking it on the full. Hitting it over the deep mid-wicket region.
Yeah, rightly so. Give him the charge. Made good connection through the gap. Yes. 4 more to Mukesh Narula. Well, he continues to take up the responsibility here for Canada. And he needs to be there to the end.
Moves into the 70s with that shot.
Yes, 67 from 7.1 overs.
67 from 7.1. Once again, Mukesh giving the charge. Looking for 2. And Wilson coming back for the second run. That's good running out here. Good batting out here by Mukesh. 2 runs to end the over. 168 for 6. Canada needs 65 runs in the last 7 overs to win this game with 4 wickets in hand.
It's a really tight equation there at the moment. 9.29 runs per over required still. They know they will have to give it all now to qualify for the final tomorrow at the Danville Park in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada.
I think it's heartening to see the fight being put out by Canada out here.
Yeah, but still, if Canada, because they can win by a big margin here, undoubtedly, I don't think they can make 65 runs in 2 overs.
I agree.
Improbable. So if they win here, it still might not make it to the final. Australia, because of their 2 commanding victories and then with emphatic wins for England, those are the 2 teams.
That's correct. I think at this
Will
stage,
proceed to
it's
the
safe
final.
to say that we are looking at an England versus Australia final.
But it's good to know if Canada can come out victorious today.
Yes, I think that'll be a morale boost for Canada. I think it'll be a big moral victory for Canada. That's nicely played down the ground by Wilson. They're looking for 2. Good running out here by Mukesh, the captain. He's been there for a while now.
72 from 80 deliveries, and Wilson Sinat Singh, well, he has got 5 from 17. Not much running, a lot of defensing.
Yes, I think Wilson needs to find the rope here from this end as well for Canada to be in this contest. That's a nice quick run out here by Mukesh once again. Great batting out here by the Canadian skipper. Aware of the fact that the fielders were slightly deep and sensed the opportunity to steal this single. Mukesh back on strike. Ken McGrogan, the bowler. Can we see another couple of boundaries in this overs to make things interesting?
62 from 6.4. Oh, looking for go for a big one there.
Yeah, I think he tried to play played across the line a bit. Mukesh has to be careful out here. In the pursuit of scoring quick runs, sometimes you try to hit the ball a little too hard. Till now, he was timing the ball really well, and I think probably that might be his focus going forward as well. Nicely played on the onside. Will he look for 2? Happy with the 1. Slight misfield. Wilson wasn't up for the second. Probably should have sensed that opportunity to get back.
$172 for 6, still in over number 39. The Aussies, no doubt, looking for a breakthrough here. But the Canadians, they are stepping up on the gas here at the moment. They need 61 from 6.2.
Played in the offside. Well fielded in the ring. The Australians are aware that Wilson is trying to find that single to get Mukesh back on strike. They have a ring field on the offside. Once again, misses out on this delivery. May not be a bad result though for Canada. At least that brings Mukesh back on strike.
Yes, well, 36 deliveries, 61 runs, 4 wickets in hand. But they're
10.17 and over.
That's a huge one for them. They will really have to get a big over here to put themselves back in a more favorable position.
It's not that difficult, Ravindra. 10 runs and over. 1-6, 1-4.
We'll just take 2 deliveries to get there.
That's correct.
And Australians are very much on spot with the bowling, especially this man here, Richard Johnston.
There's a discussion between Mukesh and the umpire. I wonder what it is. Is he looking for a runner?
Yeah, well, in that match, when he made 126 not out, he had a runner for majority of his innings.
Interesting. He's
Picking
been
up
there
an
long
injury,
enough.
so no doubt he can aggravate the injury.
Oh, that's nicely played on the onside once again. In the gap for another boundary. Brilliant batting out here by the captain, Mukesh. Slightly short of length. Rocked back on that back foot. Pulled it over mid-wicket. Between deep mid-wicket and square leg. Mukesh making sure that the fight is on.
Excellent shot from him. It was short and given the full treatment there, Johnston. But brilliant batting here from the captain.
This time taken on the full, got a slight outside edge. Will he be looking for 2? I think he's coming back. Good running out here once again. So that's 6 of 2 deliveries, Ravindra.
Yeah, well, that's it. They need to step up. They need to be a bit more aggressive. And importantly, Mukesh Narula capitalizing on the bad balls. The running has to be good, and they're doing that.
Once
Yes,
again
right down
taken
the
on the
track
full on
again.
the offside this time. This could be another boundary. Stopped on the ropes by Greg. Greg Roysted patrolling the boundary out there. 2 more runs. 57 needed from 5.5.
So 55 from 5.3 overs. 53 from 5.3 with 4 wickets in hand. And Mukesh Narula is going on to 73. This is good batting here from Mukesh Narula. Really taking up the initiative, taking up the responsibility.
That's right. We just have a glitch in the scoring. We'll be updating it shortly. Now I think it seems to be okay.
52
Mukesh.
from 5.2.
Wilson taking strike. 2 more deliveries left in the over. Canada would really want a boundary. Played on the onside by Wilson. That hit the umpire on the way. We don't see that often.
Very rare. Umpire Ashok Brijkumar. Not enough time to get away.
That's
Struck
right.
on his feet and deflected out toward short mid wicket, allowing the opportunity for 2 runs.
Well, Australia won't mind it. Could have been 4. Nevertheless, a good over here for Canada.
50 from 5. 10 runs per over here. 183 for 6.
Well, you never know, Ravindra. It's a funny old game. It's still possible.
It's not over until the fat lady sinks. 82
right.
to Mukesh Narula, the captain of Canada. And he's standing tall, large and in charge personally. And he has been in terrific form. And as expected, came to the party, came to the fore. But the Australians, with 4 more wickets, they're looking to probably think about containment, because not getting the wickets, especially Mukesh Narula, just try to defend that 10 runs per over. But Canada, yes, they've got home advantage. They want to end the tournament on a high note, coming out equally with Australia and England with 2 victories. USA, they have remained winless, beaten in all 3 encounters. Today was total embarrassment when it comes to the batting. They were all out for 70 against England.
Mukesh once again drives it down the ground. Brilliantly played down the ground for another boundary out here. The captain is putting in a great fight out here, Ravindra.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic batting here from Mukesh Narula. And McGregor pitching up. Picked it up well there. Narula, good timing, impeccable timing from him. Squeeze it through the man at long on and into the boundary for 4. So he started to display more confidence, started to display more authority in his batting.
And that
he's
moves him to
approaching a
86,
milestone as well. He's gone
86 from 87 deliveries.
86 from 87, almost a run a ball.
And that prompts a field change. Mid-on moved back to long on. Once again, played in the air, wide of long on. Just a single, looking for the second run. Wilson not interested.
Yeah, a little bit of hesitation there from Wilson. Should have been 2 in the context of things too, especially to get Mukesh Narula back on strike. Because the over is still young.
45 from 4.4.
Just 2 deliveries conceded it by McGrogan, but certainly the Canadians would have liked to see Narula back in strike.
That's right. And I think now we are at a stage, Ravindra, where we need aggression from both ends. We can't just rely on one end. Wilson has to get a few lusty blows out of the ground,
Yes,
or at
and
least
with
find
4,
the boundary.
especially with 4 wickets, he can give it a try. Can be a little more improvising, innovating.
I think his best bet is the offside, where we see a lot of gaps. outside the infield. Played on the onside this time for a quick single, targeting Mukesh's end, but he's up for the task.
Yes, luckily got a full toss there. Push it nicely towards short mid wicket. Get a single. Coming down to crunch time here at the King City facility. Round number 3 in this 4-nation competition under the auspices of Cricket Canada Master Council. Over 60 men in action. 45 overs per team.
And that's brilliantly played, Ravindra. Over mid-wicket for another boundary. Mukesh is giving in a real fight.
Oh, this is more than a fight from him. This is brilliant stuff. This is scintillating batting from the captain himself. 91 from 89 deliveries, and he's pushing really hard. Good connection over the gap.
Yes, I think that's the key, finding the gaps. Even though there's a lot of men patrolling the boundary, he's still able to find the gap.
Yeah, well, that is terrific batting. He's in sublime form. 891 from 89 deliveries.
And I think
40
all cricketing
runs.
shots out here, Ravindra.
All of a sudden, their required run rate drop.
Once again on the offside, looking for that single. One ball to go. Wilson on strike. Canada would really love a boundary of this delivery. If not a boundary, a 2. So that Mukesh is back on strike.
Wilson off strike.
Lots of encouragement from the sidelines.
I think Mukesh Narula should tell Wilson to go for everything.
That's right.
You
Give it
just
the
go
full
for
Monty.
everything because I'm at the other end. Yes, a single, a dot ball, luckily. Narula will keep the strike. 39 from 24 balls. It's 4 wickets in hand. And they definitely will have to have a go.
39 runs needed of the last 4 overs.
Because they have got wickets in hand. And have got the main man at the crease, Mukesh Narula.
I think if you look at it this way, Ravindra, 24 balls and 39 runs is not a big task. It's just that they need more support from the other end for Mukesh.
Well, they need to keep taking the scoreboard. But the Australians may be thinking about containing them. Yes,
I
they are
think
not
that
picking up the wickets.
That last ball was critical from Canada's perspective. You know, the only option they were looking at is 0, 2, 4 or 6. Unfortunately, it ended up at 0.
What
They
about
would
a
have
wicket?
loved to have a couple of runs.
What about a wicket? Richard Johnston to continue. Well, he's having a wonderful time. 2 for 37 in his 8th. And he's going to come up with his 9th and penultimate over. So Captain Peter Durrich will
I think
continue
we have
with him.
Irfan pointing out that 4 players need to be in the ring. And as suggested, we have deep point coming into the ring. As we see a fleet of birds crossing over the ground. Richard Johnston to Mukesh Narula, who's on 92 of 90 deliveries. Scintillating batting out here. An excellent captain's knock from the Canadian captain. A fielder going back. Wonder if they're bringing one more in. I think the wicketkeeper. Yeah, I think they're 4 in the ring now. Nicely played by Mukesh on the offside. Would be a single this time. Interestingly, he took the single. I would have thought he would have loved to keep strike.
Oh, that is important, as I say. If you're going to give Wilson the strike, yes, now, I'm going to have a talk with you. You have to have a go.
Sorry?
There's no doubt in this strategy
They can have 4
from
inside.
here on
They can have 4 inside.
for our team. You will definitely have to have a go. And that may be the conversation or the dialogue between Mukesh Narula, the captain, and Wilson. Yes, have a go, try something, but we need to get on with things.
That's right. Wilson logs it on the onside. Just a single.
And yes, and he did it. And I think that's a great piece of innovation from Wilson. First time I've seen he really on his knee, literally, and spank it over deep mid-wicket. And more importantly, giving the strike back to Narula.
That's right. Mukesh back on strike. That's the best outcome for Canada. And I think you can also see that the batsmen are tiring now. They've done a lot of running. Once again, reminding our viewers this is an over 60s tournament. It's not easy.
Yeah, 196 for 6 in over number 42. 45 overs. Australia batted. So we're going to have the full complements of 90 overs. So
That's
you
right.
have your money worth here. Vinu
Absolutely.
at King City was a treat in comparison to USA this morning. All out for 70, and England in reply got to the target of in the 18th over, which is better than Canada. Canada were bowled out for 76. England reply, they achieved victory in the 11th over.
That's right. We have Krishna Ramnaresh replacing Wilson, I think, who's retired hurt. Probably not able to take the field anymore. Slightly unfortunate.
Yes, he's laboring off.
Yes,
Like
I don't
he's
think
exhausted.
he's in a position to run anymore. Which is a fair call. I think better to have fresh legs in the middle.
Maybe a ploy here by Canada. Yes, take a break and come and give Krishna Ramnaresh fresh as a rose.
Yeah, good sportsmanship shown here by the Australians at the boundary line, checking with the batsman if he's okay. Wilson coming back.
.196 for 6, but we can say effectively 196 for 7.
That's right. With Wilson out, I believe effectively 3 wickets remaining for Canada, unless he decides to move back in. I'm not too sure about that, given the way he came out.
A white ball there from Richard Johnston. Canada
These are all
will
welcome runs
that.
for Canada.
37 from 3.4.
Okay, he's looking for the single. That's interesting.
Oh, new batsman at the crease. Your turn.
Krishna had a decent spell today morning. Let's see if he can translate that bowling form into batting.
An opportunity for him to prove his all-round capability. And he has come in when his team desperately needs him to fire, to produce something special for them, to try to get to that 233.
Tried to cut it away, missing it. These are all dot balls are like gold dust for Australia.
Well, they are not no mind about that. Yes, we don't get in wickets, but at least we are not conceding.
Once
He's
again,
missing in action there for Krishna Ramnaresh. Well, even though he's fresh legs there, he's still new to the crease.
that's right. It takes a while for the batsman to get set.
So they're back with the defense. Australia, rightly so, with one delivery remaining in Johnston's spell.
In the air.
And they're taking it.
Well, not the best result for Canada, I suppose. Probably they should have. Okay, should have kept strike.
Yeah, 38 from 3 overs. And Narula is off strike.
I don't think it's not updated yet. Your buddy is struggling.
42 completed, 196 for 6, 37 from 3 overs, 3 wickets in hand. And Canada looking to end off this tournament on a high note. Australia, they have got some advantage. They need to defend 36 runs from 3 overs. They're going to have a change of bowling. Stuart back in operation.
That's right. The Australian quick who opened the bowling is back. And I think this is a key moment in the game.
Absolutely, for the next 3 overs, but the next 2 overs can dictate things here. The Australians we can see in the driver's seat at this moment. 34 runs from 3 overs is quite a big ask.
Krishna swinging his bat. Looking for the wide, wasn't given. I think this is getting really hard here for Canada. Unless Mukesh gets back on strike and finds some magic.
Well, Ramnaresh needs to get him as quickly as possible.
This time it's called wide. $200 up for Canada.
So 33 from 2.5, 32 to tie. We go to a super over in the event of a tie.
That would be exciting. Super over. Nicely played by Krishna, but cannot penetrate the field. This is good bowling out here and good fielding by Australia as well. They're trying to apply the pressure on the new batsman.
And another dot ball goes to the book. And a win here for Australia. We see them in the final tomorrow against England.
This time trying to play on the onside, stealing a run. A good result here for Canada. But is it too much to do for Mukesh alone? I think Mukesh needs to find a way to keep strike now. Appeal for LBW. Might have been a close one there, Ravindra.
Yes,
Playing
he's going right
the line in front of the
across.
stumps.
Height might be a factor there. Got some bounce. And Ramnaresh was right across.
All right, 3 deliveries remaining in this over. What does Mukesh do now? Spank them for 4s or
Well,
look
3
for
6s will be delighted for Canada. But Australia, well, 3 wickets will be even more.
Remember, he's
auspicious for
facing
them.
Stuart Ridge, who's been exceptional today. Brilliantly played on the onside by Mukesh. Probably another boundary. Yes, it is.
Yes, this
With
is
that, he moves on to 99.
excellent batting here from the captain. Short ball again from Stuart Ridge, drifting down the leg side. Yes, and he was hammered by the captain, Mukesh Narula. Good shot in the context of things, picking up 4 runs. And he has moved on to 95. Another 100 is back on by the captain.
99.
And in fact, he's on 99.
Nicely played on the offside once again. That's 100 for Mukesh Narula. A captain's innings, a brilliant knock in a game where Canada have been fighting really hard to make it into a win. And I think it's still not over till he's there.
Oh,
Magnificent
just a
innings
notch
out here
there.
by Mukesh.
Milestone for him. Played splendidly. He's in extremely fantastic form. And Mukesh Narula batting his heart out here for his country.
There we are once again, Ravindra. Another last ball. Canada would need 0, 2, 6 or 4. And that's a wide. A
So
welcome
that
extra.
equation still remains 0, 2, 4 or 6.
That's right. Can Krishna get the good old-fashioned outside edge like a tail ender to the boundary?
Flashing edge, inside edge. Anyhow it comes.
There we go. I think it's a single. Looking for 2 here, Mukesh. Krishna. Not interested in the second. Would have been too risky anyways. Not the right result for Canada out here, Ravindra.
Yeah, well, 33. Yeah, 33 from 2. Well, not too updated with the score here. Our apology. Maybe 31 runs from 2 overs. But what a knock from Captain Mukesh Narula. Batted with great responsibility, timing the ball well. And another milestone for the captain.
Well, this is interesting out here, Ravindra. We see the Australian captain bowling slow off spin now. I think this could be a good opportunity if Krishna Ramnaresh manages to turn strike over. Mukesh could be having.
Yeah, and I think Mukesh will go all guns against him, especially because he's slow, especially because he has been back into the attack after 35 overs. Might not have gotten that confidence, and he's bowling to a centurion.
That's right.
So as quickly as possible as Krishna Ramnaresh can put over the strike to Mukesh Narula will be better for the Canadian. However, the Australians have got an opportunity to seal off things here in this penultimate over.
Here comes the captain, Peter Dudridge, against Krishna Ramnaresh. The penultimate over in operation. Krishna swings it across the line. Oh, that's a brilliant attempt at the boundary.
Good God, Krishna.
But he misses it and it's 4.
Yeah, it can be costly for Australia. Short ball, picked it up well, made good connection. Not
That
enough
was a
elevation, but a chance went a begging.
That was a proper long hop.
A rank one.
Krishna once again facing Peter Dudridge. And he misses this one called wide. Well, Canada's still in it. It's not over until the fat lady sings, as you said.
Exactly. This is thrilling at the moment. Riveting here at the King City venue in North Toronto, Canada. Turning out to be better weather conditions all day, no sunshine. But we're having 90 overs possibly.
I think
What a
we're looking
match.
at around 23 more to win. Krishna playing it on the offside, looking for a single, but not there. They
Straight
need to
the
find the
backward
boundary.
point. He needs to get on with it, or he needs to give
Give the strike.
to Mukesh Narula.
Peter moving the mid-wicket a little more wider. Looks like it's going to be tossed up. We'll wait and watch. And that's hit in the same region. Would be a single. Not a bad result for Canada.
Okay, that's okay. 3 balls. Let them strike.
Mukesh needs to find the boundary at least in one of these 3 deliveries. And then find a way to be back on strike for the final over.
Yes, needing 20 runs in the final over. Yes, it will be an enormous task for him, but he can get there because he has got confidence. Turning out to be an exciting finish here at King City, Australia up against Canada.
Mukesh on strike to his opposite number. What can we expect out here? He's batting on 100. This time on the onside. Could not make a decent connection, but gets the single.
Oh, it's not going to be enough for Canada. And then he's off strike again. 17 from 7 deliveries.
But that
That's
was
the
good
equation.
bowling out here by Peter Dudridge. He tossed it up, not giving him any pace to work with. Krishna back on strike.
This is
17.
an intelligent over from the captain himself.
And that's through the gate. Krishna tried his best, tried to swing it across the line, missing it, and out. As you see the replay coming up, this is a great over by Peter Dudridge. Tossed it up once again, enticing the hit through the gate.
Well, I don't think there's any option there for Krishna Ramnaresh. He had to go. He was looking for a big heave. No connection. And this middle stump rock back there by Peter Durrich. Turning out to be an excellent over, the penultimate one. So they will need 17-16 to tie, but still something can be a bit tricky here because Narula in strike. No, one more delivery to go.
That's right. 17 required of 7 deliveries. Hanti Patel on strike.
Oh, should have tried to get a single. Was a dot ball with a wicket. So 2 more wickets to go.
Oh, in fact, it's called over out here.
And in fact, over completed here. So 17 from 1. They were thinking about a delivery left it. No, in fact, they just... So some confusion with the on-field scoring of the umpires and the off-field.
We'll have to check there.
So 17 runs from 1 over, 6 legitimate deliveries. And in fact, yes, 1 delivery remaining in Peter Durrich over. So 7 deliveries to go, 17 runs required, 3 wickets in hand, Canada, and still not over Vinu.
That's right. As we see some adjustments made to the camera. Right now, we are having a slight drizzle. Apologies in advance if we lose pictures in between.
So the new batsman Kanti Patel comes to the crease here for Canada in a time of desperation. 17 runs from 7 deliveries. Peter Durrich with a very defensive feel. Yes, take a single and come to the other side.
I think Mukesh has to deny the single, I believe. He has to keep strike if Canada has to win the game.
Well, it depend on him heavily. Definitely, he will have to come to the fore in the next over if he keeps the strike.
And as we spoke, Mukesh denied the single. I think that's the right thing to do, given that he's the guy who can take Canada home.
Well, he's got 101, getting a century in a match of great importance for Canada. 215 for 7, 44 gone. And Vinu, we never anticipated that we're going to have 90 overs in this match based on the performance of Canada. The first match bowling out for 76. But today, the captain...
Well, it should be quite easy there, Ravindra. 3 sixes needed.
Well, it's not over as yet. Not impossible. But the Australians, yeah, they're thinking, they're planning, and they're looking to execute in this final over. They need to defend 18.
That's right. I think jokes apart, it's commendable the way Canada has fought in this game and taken the game till the last over. Mukesh Narula, the batsman on strike. I think the onus is completely on him to look for the boundary, look for the rope. Stuart Ridge, last over in operation.
He
Tries to hit it in the air. Oh, what an attempt there. What a brilliant attempt. They should look for the second run and decide against it. But what a brilliant attempt there by Greg Roysted at short third man. Put in a dive. Gave it his all. A good result for Australia.
Yeah, great attempt there from Roy Hoisted. Coming to his right, he went high up in the air. Diving forward. And could not have held on. The chance went a begging there for Narula, but not too intelligent cricket because he should have tried to run two, get back in the strike. Loss over in progress. The 45th one being bowled by Stuart Ridge. Kanti Patel will, yes, he
has
has an
to find a way
opportunity
to get a
finish off
single.
things. But let's see how the Australians will keep things tight here in the last 5 deliveries in defense
right.
of 17 runs.
Laid down the ground. No run. Well, this
Yeah.
is turning out to be Australia's game now.
Well, only boundary can do it for Canada. Only boundaries.
I think a tactical error there in the first delivery. Should not have taken the single.
Because the only real hope is Mukesh Narula. Beaten.
Once again, a dot ball.
Well, they needed 3 sixes now if they're going to win. 3 sixes Canada need to win this game. Kanti Patel is in strike. Stuart Rich with the ball. And Mukesh Narula, the Centurion, is off strike. 2 for 20 in his 8th over. He has been terrific. Stuart Rich.
17 of 3 deliveries. Here comes Stewart. Kanti gets it over the offside. They will be happy with 1. But is it too little too late?
Yeah, definitely. 2 sixes would not do it unless there is an infringement for Stuart Ridge. With the front foot wide and put things back, but
Maybe a no ball that goes for 6 might help.
all the possibilities still exist. But let's see how things can pan out here.
That is beautifully played there in the air and dropped at the boundary line. Mukesh looking to come back for the second. Kanti Patel running back as well. Good attempt there at the boundary.
Drop, caught, whatever. It's still Australia game. 14 from 1. Had to go over the ropes. Mukesh Narula. 1 ball. Not out, says umpire Ashok Rich Kumar. And proceedings have come to an end. Canada ended
That's the end of the game.
219 for 7. 45 overs completed. Australia winning by 13 runs and progressed to the final. Vinu. Oh, what a
That's
game.
right. But what a game of cricket. I think it was totally our money's worth. Watching it from the sidelines. Fantastic knock by the Canadian captain. What a fight shown by Canada. Yes, they lost in the end, but eventually it was a game to remember for Canadian fans. I think it was heartening to see such a big fight put on by the home team against the mighty Australians.
Yes, well, someone took up the responsibility. He got 100, Mukesh Narula, and he put up grit and determination and was very, very combative. 105 he ended on, and Canada closed off for 220 for 7. But definitely competitive in every contest. Australia thought they might have held a huge advantage having scored 232. But Canada worked for the runs. And they got very close indeed, losing by 13 runs in the context of things. Might be 1 or 2 lapses with the bat or the ball. But definitely congratulations to Australia for winning. And congratulations to Mukesh Narula. Another century in 2 weeks in representation for Canada. He has been in the life of his form. So big day tomorrow. Australia will clash with England in the final. And USA will come up with Canada in the 3rd place playoff match.
That's right, Ravindra. I think, yep, it will be once again another Ashes contest for the finals. Australia
Yes.
against England. And the USA and Canada would also be playing for the 3rd place, I believe.
Yes, at the Danville Park in Mississauga, Ontario. So today, King City, overcast condition. It was a cat and mouse thing, but fortunately, we get 45 overs here. Over the other side, we got 40 overs. It's completely
In total.
contrasting condition encounters. But definitely, congratulations to Australia winning by 13 runs, and they remain unbeaten and going to the final tomorrow against England, who they defeated in one of the preliminary round matches. So that set up a nice encounter tomorrow.
That's
I'm
right. I think
sure-
England would definitely would want to get the better of Australia tomorrow.
Well, they have to come back with a vengeance, but Australia, they seem unstoppable. They prove it. 3 victories from 3 matches. And in that preceding 3-match one-day series against Canada too, they made a clean sweep. So they are in good form. They were full of confidence. They're full of authority coming into tomorrow's game.
And what is interesting out here, Ravindra, is that most of England's victories have been emphatic, and most of Australia's victories have been hard fought. So it's interesting going into the finals. You never know.
Good observation. We knew that they could come into the final encounter with that kind of mentality. Yes, we won convincingly, and you won not too convincingly. So we can expect, the contest because you were beaten in one of the preliminary round. England, we beat you in the preliminary round. Australia beat you in England. So that will put up in enticing contest tomorrow. So see you there. Hope you would have enjoyed.
That's right. This is Ravindra and Venu signing off from the King City Maple Leaf Cricket Grounds.
Join us tomorrow.
Joining you tomorrow for the finals and the 3rd place match at Danville Park, Mississauga. Thank you for watching.
From 10 a.m. as well. Until then, it's goodbye.
Goodbye.